Good morning. I'll look to my team if we can start with elevating the court reporter to panelist, please. And it looks like we have two links for the court reporter, so both links, please.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I definitely am.
Wonderful. Thank you. Then with that, I will go ahead and start with our introductions, and then we will move back to our normal to cross-examination where we left off. Good morning. It is May 27th, 2025, and I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st notice of public hearing and subsequent amendments. The hearing this morning is being conducted by Zoom webinar. It is also being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and the video of the hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We will take breaks today, as is our usual practice. I think we also talked about checking in around our lunch break to see how much progress we've made, and if appropriate, we could either break early today or depending. The goal, of course, is to make sure that we are complete with this panel 4 by the end of the day tomorrow. I will call for appearances in the same way that we have. This morning we do have Ms. Mullen, as usual, on the exhibits. So if you are asking questions of a witness, you're welcome to address Ms. Mullen directly. I don't think I have some minor procedural items, so I will look to the room on procedure and whether there's procedures we could discuss. I received a few emails over the weekend and yesterday. Ms. Meserve, I wanted to note receipt of your email with regard to the map. You had a different word for them, but the map files associated with the EIR, and we're going to look into that and figure out and sort that out. But thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I will update you as to what the resolution of that is. I assume we'll bring in at least the chosen alternative files, maybe all of them. I'm not sure what the best thing to do, but we'll bring those in and get an AHO map book. The word is map book. Thank you. We'll make sure we bring those in so that we can have one reference instead of many from the different protestants. With that said, if you would please raise a Zoom hand if there are other procedural issues we should address before we return to cross-examination of panel 4, and I believe we had left off with Mr. Schutz in his cross-examination. Are there any other things we should address? And I'll let you think about that while we elevate people. Let's start, if we would please elevate Ms. Carroll. And I see we have, and Mr. Schutz. Perfect. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Schutz.
Good morning, Ms. Kinsey.
And then if we can also elevate our witnesses, I see we have Molly White and Mr. Georgie. So Ms. White and Mr. Georgie. And then next on the list, we usually have Ms. Morris.
Ms. Morris is currently out of the room, but she may be joining us later.
Great. And then we typically also see Mr. Krieger. If we can elevate Mr. Krieger, please. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
And I see Mr. Georgie. Did we see Ms. White? You may have been on screen and I was looking at somewhere. I was looking at our participant list. Excellent. Then with that, I believe we're ready to pick up. Are there any other concerns if someone wants to raise a Zoom hand before I hand things over? This was a very quick introduction this morning. Perfect. Let's get back to it. Then Mr. Schutz, if you have more questions for these witnesses, it's over to you.
Very good. Good morning, Ms. White and Mr. Georgie. I'm Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, one of the protestants in this proceeding. And I'd like to continue with questions for Ms. White. And these concern operations at Oroville. Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up Exhibit CSPA 001 and leave it on the first page? Thank you very much. Ms. White, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that it's dated August 26, 2020?
Yes, I see the date as well.
Very good. Ms. Mullen, would you please turn to PDF page 13 and show the bottom half of the page? There you are. Thank you very much. And if you could zoom in just a touch, that would be helpful. Ms. White, this section of the document states that the end of September storage target at Oroville Reservoir is 1.6 million acre feet. Do you see that on the second paragraph?
Yes, I see that.
And Ms. White, to your knowledge, is that the current carryover storage target for Oroville Reservoir?
That is our current planning target for end of carryover storage of 1.6.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Now, looking at the page of the document before you, the 3-paragraph narrative describes that the end of September storage target was updated. Do you see that? Would you like a moment to review?
If you could give me a moment to review this, thank you. Okay,
Ms. White, go ahead. Is there something else you'd like to have?
no, I'm all good.
Okay. Ms. White, to your knowledge, did this change in 2020 in the end of September storage target for Oroville Reservoir undergo environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA?
I'm not aware of environmental review.
You're not aware of any environmental review for this particular change? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Thank you. Did the State Water Board, to your knowledge, have any role in making this change?
not that I'm aware of, no.
To your knowledge, was the State Water Board consulted when DWR made this change?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Ms. White, other than the potential effect of the incidental take permit for the Delta Conveyance project, is there any regulatory requirement that you know of that requires DWR to maintain its current end of September storage target for the operation of Oroville Reservoir?
I'm not aware of any regulatory requirement for an end of September carryover target storage.
Could the Department of Resources change that target?
Could you be more specific?
Could the Department of Water Resources change the end of September carryover storage target for Oroville Reservoir due to some internal process at Department of Water Resources?
The carryover target is routinely assessed to, it really sets forth the storage, the discretionary storage. It's a planning target and can be reviewed or reassessed based upon changing conditions or, as noted here, in that first paragraph under Oroville carryover storage target, it can be evaluated based on other contractual or regulatory requirements.
Ms. White, if the end of September carryover storage target for Oroville Reservoir were to be changed in the future, would you, in your role with DWR, be involved in the process that changed it?
In my current capacity, I would likely be involved in any change to carryover targets.
Would you expect to have a leading role in that change?
Can you be more specific on leading?
I think I'll leave you to interpret it as you think appropriate.
In my current role, I would have a role in reviewing and updating the carryover target.
Thank you. Now let's think for a moment about changing the end of September storage target for Oroville in the future without the DCP being a factor. Let's suppose for a moment that the DCP is not online yet or is not approved. What would you expect to be the process by which DWR would make a change in the end of September carryover storage target for Oroville Reservoir?
We would be assessing what the operational needs are for carryover target based upon hydrology or changing hydrology conditions or operational constraints or regulatory or contractual or regulatory requirements. Those are some of the items and conditions that we would look at to assess whether there'd be a need to any change in the carryover target.
Thank you. Now, I understand that those are some of the factors
Mhm.
that you would consider, correct?
Correct.
What I was asking went more to the actual process. How would it be initiated? What would be the sort of administrative review? And how would DWR ultimately make a decision? Can you help us with that?
The storage is not a regulatory requirement, so we would internally assess whether the carryover target was sufficient based upon the current requirements and obligations for the State Water Project.
Again, you've told me that you would assess, but you haven't told me how you would go about making a decision or implementing that decision. So let me ask this somewhat of a different way. Who would you expect to be involved in making a decision other than yourself?
Our State Water it would be the Department of Water Resources decision to review and approve any discretionary change in the Lake Oroville storage target.
Again, who specifically do you think would be involved in that change?
We would have our water operations team would be involved. Our water operations planning team would be involved. And based upon that information, we would be reviewing and briefing our leadership on any change to the carryover target
And can you
or
give us some
recommended change, I would say.
recommended change?
Mhm.
Thank you. And by leadership, which positions at DWR would be among the leadership that you believe that you would brief?
We would be our leadership, our deputy director would be briefed, and our director would be briefed as well.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Now, Ms. White, you said that the 1.6 million acre foot end of September storage target for Oroville is a discretionary target. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's not a mandatory constraint. Is that correct?
It is not a regulatory requirement.
In the time you've been with DWR has failed to meet this end of September storage target for Oroville Reservoir in a number of years, has it not?
The carryover target is a planning target, and it is not met every year based upon conditions.
And some of the years that this target was not met include 2021 and 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Um, Ms. White, would you please tell us who makes the decision in any given year to operate in a manner that will not meet the Oroville end of September storage target?
I would say that it is not necessary. Actually, could you repeat that question? I want to make sure I have it clear.
Sure.
Mhm.
Would you please tell us who makes the decision in any given year to operate in a manner such that the Department of Water Resources will not meet the Oroville end of September storage target?
In years as like 2021 and 2022, extreme dry conditions, there are years where we are just by the nature of meeting our requirements from the lake for storage releases that we are unable to meet that storage target just due to extreme dry conditions as experienced in 21 and 22.
And those storage releases that you refer to, are those storage releases to meet contractual obligations, to meet regulatory obligations such as in-stream flow or delta salinity, or both?
They are both for contractual and requirement downstream requirements.
Can you tell us what the priorities are in terms of meeting the requirements for releases from Oroville those requirements being the requirements that would cause you to fall below the end of September storage target?
Can you be more specific on the priorities, please? And
Sure.
specific requirements?
Yes. In Let me ask it this way. In order of priority, which releases from Oroville Reservoir would you make that you feel that DWR would need to make in order such that DWR fell below its end of September storage target for Oroville Reservoir?
We have priority for storage releases for our downstream requirements, whether it be our in-stream releases for the Feather River or our D1641 standards in the Delta. We also have senior water right requirements as well.
And of the in-stream releases to meet Feather River flow requirements and D1641 requirements as compared to senior water rights requirements, which one has priority?
I look at they're both priorities for the State Water Project.
Is one a greater priority than the other? Or is any a greater priority than the other? Or others?
I'm not able to answer that question.
Ms. White, to your knowledge, did the Calcium 3 modeling for the Delta Conveyance Project final environmental impact report include the 1.6 million acre-foot carryover storage target for both the existing condition and the with Delta Conveyance Project scenario?
I'm not 100. I that our 1.6 million acre feet is our current carryover storage target. That should be the carryover storage target that was included in the modeling with and without DCP.
And to your knowledge, did the calcium modeling for the DCP incidental take permit also include this 1.6 million acre foot end of September storage target for Oroville Reservoir for both the existing conditions and with DCP scenario?
Yeah, that is our carryover target. So that's what the carryover target should have been.
Thank you. Could we please pull up Exhibit AHO 65, the incidental take permit for the Delta Conveyance Project? And let's start by turning to the first page. Thank you. You're familiar with this document. This is known to you, Ms. White.
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Very good. Could we please turn to page 213 and scroll toward the bottom of the page? Thank you. And I'm looking specifically at reservoir storage condition of approval 9.112. And we're probably going to need to soon scroll down to the next page, but let's start here. Do you see the first sentence of this paragraph?
Yeah, Mr. Schutz, you did mention that we were looking at 9.112. I just want to confirm that we are looking at 11.112.
You're absolutely correct. Thank you
Okay.
for that clarification. It's 11.112. You see the first sentence there that says the condition of approval is intended to replicate calcium 3 modeling assumptions and so forth.
Yes. I'm looking. I see that sentence on the
Okay.
page.
Ms. White, where would you go to find the calcium 3 modeling assumptions that you as an operator would be obligated to replicate?
when the calcium assumptions are not as far as for real-time planning. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I believe
Mm-hmm.
you're being asked to replicate the modeling assumptions. I'm getting to how you would go about doing that. So the first question is where you would find those assumptions.
I'd like to see, first of all, a little bit more of this condition of assessment, this condition of approval, but as far as from an operations perspective, this is a calcium modeling. Calcium is a planning tool as it relates to our operations. We are operating to conditions in the system, hydrology, delta conditions, and what is needed. So I guess I'm trying to remedy your question with respect to modeling assumptions, because not all the assumptions would be part of our actual real-time operations.
You don't read calcium code, do you, Miss White?
I am not a modeler.
So the answer is no.
No, I do not read calcium code.
Okay. So then could you tell us where you would find a series of rules written in plain language that you as an operator would follow to meet the intent or what you believe to be the intent of condition of approval 11.112?
Ms. Mullen, would it be possible to scroll down just a little bit as Ms. White requested to see the rest of that condition?
That would be completely appropriate. Thank you.
As a state water project operator, we have rules in place, whether it be our meeting our Delta standards, our in-stream requirements, our flood control releases, our ESA and CISA requirements, and we manage the system based upon real-time conditions to meet those conditions. Coupled, and we have our carryover target as well in Lake Oroville.
I understand. I have some understanding, let me say. I don't fully understand all of the considerations that you make as operator of the State Water Project. But really, what I was asking was how you would comply with this particular requirement. Do you have any further thoughts on how you would go about that?
We would, as noted, we are not, and we have permit terms that we are not planning on releasing additional stored water once the Delta Conveyance project becomes operational. We also have releases for flood control and we'll have reporting requirements as required through our incidental take permit.
Now, those reporting requirements are after the fact, correct? Not as it happens.
We provide, State Water Project does provide water quality and flow data on a daily basis on our website, so that information is provided on a daily basis.
Okay. But you don't provide on a daily basis information regarding whether you're likely or not to meet your end of September storage target for Oroville, do you?
The storage target is going to be driven by not only our requirements in the Delta, our in-stream requirements for the Feather River, but will also be driven based upon hydrology And so as the year unfolds, the ability to meet that target will be much driven by hydrology as well.
Do you see on the fifth line? Well, let's see. Could you zoom in a slight bit, please, Ms. Mullen? Thank you, and scroll down. That's great. I have written down here at the top of page 14, it says in part, permittee shall not make additional stored water releases beyond those possible or required as of the date of issuance of this ITP without the use of the project from Oroville Complex, the Lake Oroville Complex. Do you see that? I believe it starts in the third line.
Yeah, give me a moment to read it and digest. Thank you. Okay, I see that.
So, Ms. White, we've said there's no regulatory storage over requirement, end of September storage requirement for Oroville, correct?
Correct.
So I'm trying to make sense of the phrase beyond those possible. Do you see that phrase? It's in the fifth line.
I do see that phrase.
Theoretically, discretionary releases are possible. Excuse me, let me say that again. Theoretically, discretionary releases from Oroville Reservoir are possible, aren't they?
Releases are possible from Lake Oroville.
Can you explain to me how this requirement as written actually limits DWR's operation of Oroville Reservoir as an enforceable condition?
The language here on the screen is language that is crafted by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I would also note that the department has included in our permit terms a condition that additional stored water would not be made, stored water releases would not be made in absence of the conditions set forth in the permit term once the Delta Conveyance project is operational.
Okay. Let's go on to a different topic. Ms. White, or a series of topics, is it your understanding that the purposes of one of the purposes of the Delta Conveyance project is to provide water supply reliability?
That is a purpose of the Delta, one of them.
Is one of the purposes of the Delta Conveyance project to provide increased water supply reliability for fish?
The purpose, I would say, for water supply, as far as haven't been involved in the fisheries aspect of planning for the Delta Conveyance project.
I'm sorry, I don't think I fully understood your answer.
Maybe, can you restate your
Sure.
question,
Is
please?
one of the purposes of the DCP to provide increased water supply reliability for fish?
As it relates to fish, we have, as shown on this, our incidental take permit, we have increased bypass flow requirements that are above and beyond what we currently have as it relates to D1641. So there are required bypass flows that we would have to comply with to operate the Delta Conveyance project.
I understand that, I think, but I don't think you answered my question. Is it a specific policy goal or purpose of the project to provide increased water supply reliability for fish?
The goal of the project is, again, my answer to the question is that as it relates to, we have fisheries bypass flows and requirements that are above and beyond what is required under our current D1641 requirements.
So you don't know?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled. Ms. White, you haven't answered the question, and maybe the answer is you don't know, but are based on your understanding, is increased water supply reliability for fish a purpose of the Delta Conveyance project?
It's increased water supply, and I would say there are increased water supply benefits based upon the bypass flow requirements. So that would be for fish.
I'll hand it back to you, Mr. Schutz.
Ms. White, you noted that there would be water savings from the Delta Conveyance project due to the reduced need for carriage water. Is that correct?
There could potentially be water savings through carriage water savings with the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
Is it the DWR's intention to devote any of that water savings to fish and wildlife?
The shift in carriage water savings is not necessary. At this point, I don't know.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. White, to your recollection, in which years, starting in 2014, has the Department of Water Resources petitioned the State Water Board for temporary urgency changes regarding Delta operations?
We filed for a temporary urgency. Filed a temporary urgency change petition in 2014, 2015, 2021, 22, and 23. I believe. I think those are all the 5 years.
Thank you. Now, could we look at Ms. White's testimony? And I believe is it 800R? I'm sorry.
I believe it's 300R.
300R.
WR 300R.
Thank you. And could we, when we're ready, if we could scroll to the bottom of page 2. There you are. Now, Miss White, here at the bottom of page 2 on lines 21 and 22, you talk about controlling regulatory standards, correct?
Correct.
Now, Miss White, in the department's view, when temporary urgency change orders are in effect, those controlling regulatory standards are those required or allowed by the temporary urgency change order, not those that are actually stated in D-1641 or other documents. Is that correct?
Correct. If the board in response has temporarily modified those D-1641 standards through a temporary urgency change order.
Thank you. Ms. White, does DWR intend to reduce its reliance on temporary urgency changes in the future, either with or without the construction and operation of the Delta Conveyance project?
Objection calls for speculation.
To the extent you know, Ms. White, you can answer, please.
Yeah, that does call for much speculation.
Let me rephrase it. To your knowledge, does DWR have any plans to reduce or otherwise change its reliance on temporary urgency changes in the future, either with or without the construction of the Delta Conveyance project?
Historically, temporary urgency change petitions have been filed during very extreme conditions, drought conditions. It is uncertain at this point what type of conditions will behold us in the future.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last sentence? I honestly
It's
didn't catch it.
okay. It's uncertain what type of conditions we should expect in the future. Historically, we've filed for temporary urgency change petitions due to very extreme dry conditions.
And let me ask it yet a different way. Does to your knowledge, does DWR plan to continue its past practice of relying on temporary urgency changes in the future during dry conditions, or what you call extreme dry conditions?
Temporary urgency change petitions are it's the authority that the water board has to approve those temporary urgency change petitions. I can't say at this point. It's uncertain what future conditions may be before us, but the plan is not to rely on temporary urgency change petitions.
If it's not to rely on temporary urgency change petitions, then sort of in counterpoint, what would you describe the plan as being?
I'd like to correct that and say historically, under very dry conditions, DWR has filed for temporary urgency change petitions, and it's by the authority of the board on whether to issue temporary urgency change orders. And so for the future, it is uncertain. It's just uncertain what conditions are going to be in the future.
Okay. Could we pull up the operations plan DWR 805R and turn to page 12, please? Thank you. Now, and if you could scroll in on the top or zoom in, please, Ms. Mullen, on the top paragraph. That's what I'm going to ask a question about. Um, Now, here, Ms. Mullen, it says that DWR is unlikely to use the Delta Conveyance Project facilities when temporary urgency change orders are in effect. Do you see that in the first sentence?
I see that in the first sentence.
Ms. White, to your knowledge, is that also true for water transfers?
Could you clarify?
Sure.
Thank you.
Here it says that when temporary urgency change petitions evidently have been granted, uh, these are not times when the North Delta intakes will likely be used. Uh, do you understand that to mean for movement of state water project water?
One of the primary condition that the North Delta intakes would be operated are times during excess flow conditions, and it is during those conditions that it's likely that there will not be any temporary urgency change petition. As far as stored water, I suspect in extremely dry conditions, again, when we talk about moving stored water, it's not additional stored water because of the Delta Conveyance project.
Mhm.
It's more for that shifting opportunity between the south and north intakes. So again, it's uncertain exactly what conditions will garner, but at this point, under extremely dry conditions, it is unlikely that the conveyance project would be used.
And you understand this first sentence to refer to state water project water. Is that correct?
The sentence doesn't explicitly say state water project water.
Thank you. And so I'm asking whether the Delta Conveyance project at times when temporary urgency change orders are in effect would potentially or likely be used to accomplish water transfers.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead, Ms. White.
And in extremely dry years, there certainly would be available capacity at the existing South Delta facilities to accommodate transfers.
But Ms. White, don't you think that in times when water is short, transferors of water will seek to save themselves the carriage water that is required for South Delta export?
That is a potential component. Again, it's uncertain. It does call for speculation. However, any use of the Delta Conveyance project, again, would be in compliance with all the bypass flow requirements.
So, Ms. White, assuming that otherwise the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation were in compliance with whatever controlling requirements were in place during a temporary urgency change order without a transfer, or any transfers, would it not be likely that those who are seeking to transfer water would seek to do that through the North Delta facilities in order to save themselves up to 35% carriage water?
I can't explicitly say for certain how transfer water under current conditions, there would be capacity at our South Delta facilities to accommodate movement of that transfer.
Is it your view that DWR would thus require the use of the South Delta export facilities in order to achieve transfers under conditions when temporary urgency change orders are in effect?
I'm reading that. Could you restate? I want to make sure I understand your question. Could you restate your question, please?
I'll try. Um, is it your view that the State Water Project and the Department of Water Resources would insist on the use of the South Delta facilities as opposed to the DCP facilities in order to carry out water transfers during a period in which temporary urgency change orders for Delta operations were in effect?
I can't say with 100% certainty what we would require. At this point, we have committed to permit term to maximize our South Delta facilities.
Now, in terms of releasing stored water, isn't your commitment to maximize the use of South Delta facilities during balanced conditions limited to a commitment for a combined export value of 3,000 CFS between the CVP and SWP?
That is a commitment, the combined 3,000 CFS, correct?
Right. So if that 3,000 CFS commitment were already being met, would DWR insist on transfers being executed through the South Delta facilities in these under conditions, under balanced conditions in which TUC orders were in effect? Or do you not know?
I do not know at this point.
Thank you. So, sort of a subset of those questions. Assuming that some export of transfer water in the under conditions let me start again. Assuming that some transfer water were able to be transferred through the Delta conveyance facilities under times when temporary urgency change orders were in effect. Would the ability to transfer water through those facilities, in your view, extend to Feather River settlement contractors?
Can you clarify your answer? I'd like to hear that, or your question, please.
Sure. I'm not sure which part requires clarification, but let me see if I can start again. Let's assume for a moment that the 3,000 CFS commitment of DWR regarding use of the South Delta preference were being met under balanced conditions during the applicability of a temporary urgency change order. You got me so far?
Yes,
Thank you. Now, let's assume that because that preference was already being met, Feather River settlement contractors sought to transfer water south of Delta through the Delta Conveyance Project facilities. Do you understand that?
I understand that.
Is it your view that DWR would allow the use of the Delta Conveyance facilities for those purposes?
Any transfer water being moved through the Delta Conveyance project would have to comply with legal standards that exist at the time.
And if legal standards were being met legal standards at the time were being met, then your view is that Feather River settlement contractors could transfer water through the Delta Conveyance facilities? Delta Conveyance project facilities, let me clarify.
I can't say with all certainty that specific water. I would say that the use of the Delta Conveyance project for any transfer water would have to abide by the requirements at the time.
Thank you. Has the Department of Water Resources proposed any permit conditions to limit or constrain water transfers through the Delta Conveyance facilities?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Mr. Georgie, you'll be glad to know that I've come to you. And thank you very much, Ms. White, for your answers. Mr. Georgie, you made calculations of excess flows that would have been available for diversion from the Delta Conveyance facilities based on actual historical hydrology in 4 years, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Georgie, did you create a calculator such as an Excel tool to make your calculations?
Yes, many of the calculations on what bypass flows would be available and the resulting outflow, and those were done in an Excel sheet. Yes.
I don't see any such tool or sheet among DWR's exhibits. Did I miss it?
To my knowledge, it was not put into any of the exhibits.
Is the Department of Water Resources willing to place the tool in the record?
I cannot make that conclusion. I don't know the standards for putting things into the record.
Would you have any objection as the creator of the tool to placing the tool in the record?
Again, I do not know the rules for putting things into the record, so I can't comment on that.
No, I'm asking more about are there any technical reasons for which you'd be unwilling to place the tool in the record?
Again, I do not know the rules for putting things into the record, technical or otherwise, to be able to comment.
Let me state it more generally then. Are there any technical reasons that feel it would be problematic to make public the tool that you used to calculate to perform your various calculations for the years in question that you've analyzed in your exhibit.
Objection asked and answered. Mr. Georgie is an expert witness that is available to testify based on summaries. And also, I think that's more of a question for the legal team that we'll take under consideration.
I think that's right, Mr. Schutz. If you're pursuing this tool, it sounds like maybe talking with Miss Carroll and that would be more productive, I would think.
I do believe that's one aspect of this, and here I'll go on record as requesting the tool. But what I was asking Mr. Georgie was whether there were things that he did that might not be clear to others, that he might need to clarify, that he might need to improve or clean up in order to make the spreadsheet public. And I think that's a technical question that Mr. Georgie could answer.
I think likely as some of the data refers to other pages, so that for ease of the calculations, that may need to be converted into numbers within the spreadsheet instead of a reference that would break when it moved somewhere else. There'd likely be things of that nature that would need to be adjusted.
All right, well, I'll repeat my request that the tool be placed into the record, and that if Mr. Georgie needs to do some non-substantive modification to make it a standalone tool, I'd request the DWR ask Mr. Georgie to do that, and then place the document or the tool in the record.
So just to clarify, Mr. Schutz, and we won't take this out, I encourage you to have a conversation about it. I think the entity, unless DWR proactively would like to offer it into evidence, I would think CSPA would be the ones to offer it into evidence if that's something that you're seeking, right? That you would, through a Public Records Act request, you're asking for the file, and then you would offer it into evidence, possibly with your case in chief, something like that.
One could do that. I would hope to avoid the PRA, but I mean, we could do that.
I think you just did it by saying it out loud. So
Yes, we recorded it as such.
okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Schutz.
I think it would be helpful, and in the absence of that, I just think it would better support the contentions that Mr. Georgie made in his testimony. Going a little bit to the substance of what you did, Mr. Georgie, you made calculations based on DWR's proposed diversion criteria before CDFW issued the incidental take permit for the DCP, correct?
Correct.
Have you updated your calculations based on ITP diversion criteria?
We have developed the ability to do so and have been processing 2025 under the new rules. I don't think we finalized going back through the other years.
So DWR did ask you to perform to sorry about that. DWR did ask you to perform an update that includes the incidental take permit diversion criteria.
We requested to be able to update the tool to be able to handle the new set of rules. Yes.
Thank you. And does the tool cover just the years that you presented in your testimony, or does it cover more years than that?
We have individual sheets spread up under the ITP application for those 4 years.
Just for those 4 years.
I think so.
You don't have a tool that, for example, covers a longer period of record that from which you selected several years for those 4 years. Do you?
General data exists to handle most of it, but we only did the operational decisions to for those particular years
Okay.
under those regulatory regimes.
All right. But for those 4 years, you have done, or you're working on the calculations that would reflect the incidental take permit diversion criteria. Is that right?
I think we began to set them up, but did not finalize them or finish them.
All right.
Yeah, for those 4 years.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have for this panel. Thanks very much to both of them for their answers.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. I think, I know it's a little early, but let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break and we will come back and pick up with, well, let me make sure I'm on the right track before we take a break, with Ms. Tabor or Ms. Moskow or both. Is that accurate? Maybe we should elevate. Let's please elevate Ms. Tabor. Ms. Tabor, good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Kenzie. Yes, we are prepared to go next.
Okay, thank you. And then I see Mr. Reese has a hand. If we can please elevate Mr. Reese. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what was Miss Tabor's estimate?
I don't think I asked for an estimate, but
Oh,
Ms. Tabor, do you have an estimate?
I would expect 2 to 3 hours based on the pace of the prior cross-examination.
Okay, and then after that, the SCWA parties, we would probably have 45 minutes. It could be condensed depending on probably Miss Tabor's comprehensive examination. We had talked last week about the possibility of being able to maybe cut the hearing day off a bit early, since it looks like pretty obviously we'd be able to finish tomorrow. Just trying to get a feel if that's still a possibility.
That is still on the table. Let me see. Let me make sure I have my remaining witnesses right. I have, not witnesses, cross-examiners. Ms. Jones, I think. And then I don't have her cross off. We haven't heard from Ms. Meserve, have we? Ms. Meserve, did you cross-examine this panel? Is she here? There you are.
Go ahead.
If we can please elevate Ms. Meserve. Or you can answer too, but we will also elevate Ms. Meserve. I'm sorry, my list here was long and has been reorganized, so it's a little bit of it's not quite clear.
Hi there.
Morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I still need to do this panel.
Yep. Okay. I thought as much.
Yeah. And like Mr. Ruiz, we were hoping to do that tomorrow. A lot of the questions have been asked, but there's a few, I would estimate an hour and a half.
Great, thank you. So we have Ms. Meserve, Mr. Reese, Ms. Jones, and possibly Mr. Moore are the 4 that I have, which I think we could get through tomorrow. So my intent, I don't want to make a final call, but my intent today, let's see how much we get done before lunch. But I think if we can get through Ms. Tabor, then we could break early for the day and then reconvene tomorrow morning. Would that be your preference, Mr. Reese?
Very much so. Yes. Thank you.
Hearing
Great.
Officer Kenzie, excuse me, but I do believe that Ms. Desjardins indicated an intent to conduct perhaps an hour. I don't know if that is a current estimate for her, but you should factor that into tomorrow's planning.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I will, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I will reach out to Ms. Desjardins, and I know she has been ill, so I will see if I can find out if she would be able to do that today or tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead. We'll just take a standard break. Let's take a standard 10-minute break. I will see you at 10:22, and thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am ready.
Wonderful, thank you. I see Ms. Tabor and Mr. Georgie, Ms. Carroll, and Ms. White. So with that, I will turn things over to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good afternoon, Ms. White and Mr. Georgie. My name is Kelly Tabor. I represent the County of Sacramento, Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, the City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District in this proceeding. Thank you for being here today and answering my questions. I'll note that I'm a little under the weather, so I may need to drink some water while we're going, and I don't mean any disrespect by drinking while we're talking, but I'm struggling a little bit with my voice. So, Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up Ms. White's testimony, DWR 300 revised? And most of my questions will be for Ms. White. If I have any for Mr. Georgie, it'll be at the end. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll to PDF page 3 so we can see lines 10 to 12? Thank you. Ms. White, directing your attention to lines 10 to 12, you state that water quality data and NDOI and OMRI calculations will inform what operational actions are necessary for compliance with all state and federal regulatory requirements. Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll forward now to page 4, paragraph 7? Thank you. Here, Ms. White, you also state on lines 21 to 23 that once the DCP is constructed and operational, the operations will be in accordance with the water right permits, regulatory requirements, permit conditions, and applicable laws at that time. Is it your testimony that the operations of the DCP will ensure compliance with water quality standards at all times?
It is based upon my testimony that we will operate the State Water Project, including Delta Conveyance Project, in compliance with our state and federal requirements.
But it's not your testimony that those operations will ensure compliance with water quality standards at all times?
As we make operational decisions, it is for compliance with our water quality and flow standards.
Okay. How did DWR evaluate whether the proposed DCP operations would ensure compliance with water quality standards?
As we operate the Delta Conveyance Project, once operational, DWR or State Water Project operators will assess real-time conditions within the Delta and schedule diversions or State Water Project operations accordingly in compliance with our regulatory requirements.
Thank you. And the analysis that was submitted earlier in this proceeding regarding the project's ability to comply with water quality standards was based on modeling, correct?
If you're referring to modeling that was described by previous panels, then yes, is that what you're asking?
Yes, any analysis that was submitted in this proceeding regarding the project's ability to comply with water quality standards. Was that entirely based on modeling?
There was a previous modeling panel that provided modeling data on the operation, on the with and without the Delta Conveyance project. I can't speak to that panel.
Okay, thank you. So on Friday, you and Mr. Cho briefly discussed modeled results of D1641 compliance that were included in DWR's Exhibit 402. Does DWR maintain records of its compliance with D1641 water quality standards?
I am not from Exhibit 402. Could you?
That was a report by Dr. Priest, I believe. It was a report regarding modeled results of D1641 compliance. It's not really necessary, I guess, to my question. I was just providing some context. My question is, does DWR maintain records of its compliance with D1641 water quality standards?
DWR, we report out on a daily basis conditions, and we track our compliance.
Thank you. And when you say you track your compliance, whose responsibility is that to track compliance?
Our water operations folks team tracks compliance.
And in what form are the compliance tracking records maintained?
We have an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay. And who specifically creates that Excel spreadsheet?
I would say DWR. I don't have a specific person, if
Thank
that's what
you.
you're asking for.
Yes, thank you. And what do you do with those compliance records after you create them? Do you submit them to the State Water Board?
We provide data on our public website on water quality and flow conditions within the delta that's required by D1641.
Other than providing the data on the website, do you provide any internal reports regarding compliance with D1641 water quality standards?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please now bring up the document that we emailed you that's titled Calcium 3 Results for 2070? Thank you. And maybe scroll down just a little bit so we can see the title for executive summary. Okay, that should be good enough for now. Ms. White, are you familiar with this technical memorandum?
I am not.
Mr. Georgie, are you familiar with this?
I am not.
Okay, well, I have a few questions based on it. We'll see how that goes, given that you are not familiar with the document. Ms. White, the DCP is anticipated to become operational in the year 2040 or later. Is that correct?
I don't know exactly when the DCP will become operational, but your time for at least a decade.
Okay, you would expect that 2040 might be the earliest that it would become operational.
Again, I can't, I don't have a specific timeline of when it would become operational.
Okay, and you don't have an expectation yourself as to when that might be?
Not myself, no.
Okay. What is the planned operational life of the DCP?
I am not certain. I don't, yes.
Do you know if DWR intends to operate the project for at least 10 years?
Yes.
And do you know if DWR intends to operate the project for 50 years?
Typically infrastructure for at least 50 years.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll to PDF page 11? And I'm looking for the section that discusses modeling of the 2070 median climate change scenario. There, I think that's a good spot. Thank you. So here, this document states that initial modeling of the 2070 median climate change scenario with 3.5 feet of sea level rise showed more frequent occurrence of State Water Project and CVP, Central Valley Project reservoirs at dead storage and additional drawdown of groundwater storage compared to existing conditions and 2040 scenarios presented in the DCP EIR. Do you see that language, Ms. White?
Ms. Tabor, you did read off some language and I wasn't tracking exactly where on this
Sorry,
document
okay, the
that you're
paragraph
sharing.
pardon me, the paragraph that begins initial modeling, that's sort of in the center of the page. I read the first sentence. If you could take a moment to review that.
I see that sentence.
Thank you. Okay. So what types of actions would DWR take to avoid reservoirs going to dead pool in dry and critically dry years?
Again, I'm not familiar with this document, and it is your question calls for much speculation on actions, not knowing exactly the conditions. Well, yeah, your questions call for much speculation.
Okay. Well, if you refer to the bullet points that follow that paragraph, and I'll just note, we don't have to go back to the first page. This is a DWR document that was prepared for the DCP EIR. That's how I got it in your administrative record. This TM is listing 5 changes that were made within the CalSIM model to adjust operations to avoid reservoirs going to dead pool in dry and critically dry years. And among those actions that it lists here include reduced State Water Project exports in dry and critical years, and emergency drought actions in the driest years, similar to those taken by the State Water Board in 2014, 2015, and 2021. Based on your experience operating the State Water Project, are these assumptions about the actions that the State Water Project would take to avoid reservoirs going to dead pool and dry and critically dry years reasonable assumptions?
I can say that the actions that you noted are actions that have been historically in extremely dry years, like in 2021.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll forward, please, to PDF page 27, and I'm looking for section 1.3.3. You could scroll down just a little board here, there, thank you. So if, Ms. White, could you please review the statement in the last sentence on this page, or the first sentence of the last paragraph that begins by 2070. TUCP actions are likely to become more frequent, potentially occurring in about 15% of the years. In those years, Ms. White, when TUCP-like actions occur, the operations that you describe in your testimony would be modified, correct?
Objection calls for speculation. We don't know the standards in place for 2070.
I think that's fair, Ms. Tabor. Can you rephrase the question?
Ms. White, earlier you said to Mr. Schutz that you couldn't predict whether there would be a need for TUCPs in the future. That would call for speculation. Do you have any reason to disagree with DWR's conclusion in this modeling technical memorandum that TUCP-like actions are likely to become more frequent, potentially occurring in 15% of the years?
Objection lacks foundation. It's a modeling tool, and this misstates testimony.
I'll allow the question if Ms. White has an opinion about the statement in this memorandum.
I would just defer to this memorandum. This is not my document. It is the department's document. And that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's, Ms. Mullen, if we could just please return to the prior exhibit, the calcium results from 2070, and scroll to PDF page 32, please. And I'm looking on page 32 to the third paragraph. If we could scroll down just a little bit, thank you.
Ms. Tabor, I
Yes.
apologize for interrupting you, but I believe you're in the same document. We haven't actually switched documents.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Which document are we intending to be in?
We're intended to be the calcium 3 results for 2070. Sorry.
Yeah, but we're here.
All right, sorry. So we're on page 32, third paragraph. Pardon me. Here, the memo states that under 2070 conditions, South Delta exports are expected to be significantly lower than under existing conditions. Ms. White, to your knowledge, has DWR estimated how much lower South Delta exports would be under 2070 conditions?
What is here are modeling results, and I am not familiar with all the modeling that has been done for this project.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Georgie, to your knowledge, has DWR estimated how much lower South Delta exports would be under 2070 conditions?
I am not aware of it. I imagine if this was calcium results that they're discussing here, that they would likely be calculatable from those calcium results.
Okay. So who at DWR would know if DWR has estimated how much lower South Delta exports would be under 2070 conditions?
We had the former modeling panel. I would defer to the modeling panel for
Thank
this
you.
proceeding.
Thank you. And I expect you'll have the same answer, but I'll just ask, do you know, Ms. White, how often D1641 water quality standards would be met under the 2070 conditions that DWR describes in this memo?
Same answer. I'm not familiar with this memo, and it is addressing modeling results, and defer
Sure.
to the other panel.
Ms. White, have you ever discussed with anyone at DWR or considered yourself what state water project operations would look like in 2070?
Objection
No.
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
No.
Okay. Have you ever discussed or considered what DWR's ability would be to comply with D1641 standards in 2070?
Again, I can't answer that. It does call for speculation.
Okay, but you haven't, speculation aside, you haven't discussed it or considered it yourself?
No.
And you haven't speculated? Okay, but that's fine. Do you have any knowledge, Ms. White, of what the salinity at the North Delta diversion locations would be in 2070 under any conditions?
Again, I'm not familiar if you're speaking to modeling, that's and what those would be, and would defer to the modeling panel.
Okay, as the operator, you've never received any information regarding future salinity conditions at the North Delta diversion locations in 2070?
As an operator, we look at, assess real-time condition and make operational decisions based on those real-time conditions.
How far in advance do operators look to hydrologic conditions when they plan operations?
We look, I guess could you be more specific as it relates to planning operations and advance?
Sure. When you're planning operations, do you look any further than 12 months in advance and to consider potential hydrology that could inform or modify planned state water project operations?
Anything outside of kind of the current interannual type forecast that we get would be much cause for speculation, because it's uncertain what type of hydrology and conditions that it's uncertain of the type of conditions and hydrology that would actually unfold.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
So when you discuss real-time operations and decision-making, is there a temporal limit as to how far out the operators would attempt to project conditions?
Could you be more specific? When we are operating, we're looking at current forecasts for inflows. We're looking at tidal cycles. We're looking at what the actual requirements are at the time, and we adjust our releases, exports, our operations to meet whatever requirement is controlling. We do look at different scenarios as far as different hydrological exceedances to give us an idea of what type of conditions, say regulatory conditions, say with D1641, since those are based upon water year types. We'll look at just a whole suite, if you would, of potential conditions in that given year with the
Okay.
hydrology forecast.
Thank you. Do any of those conditions include predicted water quality at the location of state water project diversions?
We look at, again, in real time, we are adjusting. It depends on what water quality. Can you be more precise, please?
Has DWR identified a maximum level of salinity above which it would not divert water for export at either the South Delta or the North Delta diversions?
We operate the project looking at real-time conditions, salinity conditions throughout the system, and modify releases and/or exports or operations as needed to comply with the salinity standards that are applicable at the time.
Do state water project contract holders, in your experience, have an expectation as to the level of salinity in water that is exported from the Delta for their use?
It is my understanding that our different contractors south of the Delta, some may or may not have treatment processes for their water quality. However, as I've already mentioned, that we have salinity standards in the Delta, and we modify and adjust our exports and releases to comply with those standards.
Okay. In your testimony, you've stated that, as we discussed, once the DCP is constructed and operational, operations will be in accordance with the water right permits, regulatory requirements, permit conditions, and applicable laws at the time. To your, I may have asked this question or a version of it. I'll strike that. Do you expect, Ms. White, that sea level rise will make it harder to meet D1641 water quality standards?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical calls for speculation.
Have you ever considered, Ms. White, whether sea level rise will make it harder to comply with D1641 water quality standards?
It does cause for speculation.
But you've never considered it, whether that would be the case?
It's speculative as far as certainly sea level rise could cause salinity intrusion, but how that impacts our ability to comply with D1641 is much cause for speculation.
Okay. To your knowledge, Ms. White, would DWR be able to operate the DCP in 2070 using the operations plan and the rules that you describe in your testimony?
It does cause for speculation. The operations plan includes all the information and regulatory requirements as we know it now of the Delta Conveyance project. And the operations plan will be revised as necessary with new requirements. And so I can't say for certain whether this operations plan, it may change by 2070.
Okay. But you haven't, or your team have not considered what specific types of changes to operations might be needed under a much higher level of sea level rise than currently exists. Is that correct?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous as to sea level rise. Time of year.
How about the sea level rise described in the DWR technical memorandum, 3.5 feet of sea level rise?
I'm not familiar with the technical memorandum that you're referring to.
Right. Setting aside your familiarity or lack thereof with the technical memorandum, do you have any opinion about how state water project operations would have to change if if under 3.5 additional feet of sea level rise compared to today?
I need to understand a little bit more about what that 3.5 feet entails as far as conditions in the Delta.
Okay, fair enough. We'll move on then. Ms. Mullen, if we could please return to DWR 300R. Thank you. And scroll to PDF page 4, paragraph 6. Thank you. I think we can see most of it. Ms. White, in this paragraph 6, you state that significant coordination with the water operations management team is anticipated to continue when the DCP becomes operational. Could you please describe what the significant coordination is expected to entail?
I can report out on how we coordinate our operations now with the water operations management team through the technical fisheries team. There's a lot of coordination. I expect that at least that level of coordination will continue when the DCP becomes operational. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Can you describe in more detail what the existing significant coordination entails?
We have teams that get together and biologists from state and federal fishery agencies and our operations team coordinate on a weekly basis on our operations and discuss related fisheries conditions in the Delta and what our operations are.
And does that include coordination include discussion of projected diversions from the South Delta diversion?
Yes, those discussions include what our projected exports are through our Delta facilities.
Okay, thank you. Scrolling down just slightly, please, Ms. Mullen, so we can see paragraph 7. Here, Ms. White, you state that the operations plan presents DWR's operational commitments in relation to the DCP. Are any of these operational commitments in the operations plan legally binding on DWR?
We have commitments that are our regulatory requirements, our commitments through our proposed water rights terms.
Okay, so I understand you're not a lawyer, but in your position as the manager of state water project operations, which of the requirements would you consider to be legally binding?
I am not an attorney. We have our rules and requirements that we will operate to, whether they're regulatory or contractual.
Okay. Would DWR agree to make what you call operational commitments in the operations plan permit terms for the DCP?
We have 4 permit terms as it relates to operations that I'm aware of in our proposed permit terms.
If there are other operational commitments in the operations plan that are not covered by those 4 permit terms, would DWR agree to expand the scope of the permit terms to include those additional operational commitments?
I guess I'm not certain on exactly what operational commitments you are referring to.
Okay, fair enough. You state that the operations plan will be updated to be consistent with the most current permit terms and regulatory requirements. Can DWR update the operations plan for any reason other than to comply with permit terms and regulatory requirements?
There may need to be clarifications that need to be included in the operations plan. It is speculative at this point on exactly what those may be.
Okay. In line 19, you refer to operations requirements. What are you referring to as operations requirements within the context of your testimony?
Looking at this, for instance, it could be the ITP, the bypass flows that are included in our incidental take permit.
Okay. So are these requirements distinguishable from the operational commitments that you referenced on line 14?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what is being compared.
Well, I'll try to be more specific. Ms. White, your testimony in this paragraph refers to operations requirements and operational commitments, and I'm just trying to understand if there's a distinction between these two terms, and if there is a distinction, how you distinguish them. If you could elaborate on that, that would be helpful.
I would distinguish operational commitments as what DWR is proposing, say, for instance, in our proposed permit terms. And then requirements could be more along the lines of regulatory requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
That's helpful. Ms. Mullen, if we could please scroll forward to PDF page 5 so we can see lines 7 to 9. And here, Ms. White, you're discussing the DCP having a 6,000 CFS capacity. Is 6,000 CFS the physical hydraulic capacity of the project?
6,000 CFS is the capacity of the project.
To your knowledge, could the DCP physically divert more than 6,000 CFS?
Not
At any
that I'm
given
aware
time?
of.
Okay. So even if DCP operations were not constrained to 6,000 CFS, the facility itself, to your knowledge, could not convey a higher flow rate than 6,000 CFS?
As I understand it, the DCP will have a capacity of 6,000 CFS, will be constructed as a capacity of 6,000 CFS.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we scroll to just further down to the bottom of page 5? And I'm interested in the bottom of page 5, sort of top of page 6, so we can see paragraph 10. Maybe we can enlarge a little bit. That's here. Well, that's good enough for now. Thank you. Ms. White, here you give a definition of operational advantage for the purposes of your testimony. This definition does not apply to the use of operational advantage in permit term 2, correct?
Perhaps, Ms. Mullen, we could bring up permit term number 2. I think it's 110
1.
01101.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Mullen, it's the revised version. Thank you.
Yes, it looks like we have that. And we're going to permit term 2.
Yes, and that would be on PDF page 2, probably. There we go. So I know you had some discussion about this with Mr. Cho, but I wanted to clarify a few of the issues that you discussed with him. And in your testimony, in the paragraph 10 that we just referred to, you gave a definition of operational advantage for purposes of your testimony. And I wanted you to clarify that the definition as it's used in paragraph 10 of your testimony does not apply to the use of operational advantage as it's used here in permit term 2. Correct?
Correct. Permit term 2 is our South Delta preference.
Okay. And that is intended to embrace operational advantage for carriage water savings, correct?
Can you restate that? I'm not tracking that question.
Your definition of operational advantage for permit term 2
Mhm.
is limited to operational advantage for carriage water savings, correct?
The operational advantage, as summarized in my testimony, was more along the lines of if there were conditions during excess flow conditions where it was determined based upon through coordination through the water operations management team that a shift in exports from the south to the north would be beneficial for, say, fisheries conditions.
Okay. Thank you. I did recall
Mhm.
your discussion with Mr. Cho about that. And just to be specific, when you say for safe fishery conditions, is fishery conditions the only circumstance that could lead to that shift for purposes of your testimony?
For the purpose of my testimony.
Okay. In the I think it would be helpful, Ms. Mullen, if we could return to Ms. White's testimony where we previously were, because that's, thank you. So in the definition, Ms. White, when you say temporary operation, what is the upper limit of the time frame that you would consider temporary?
I can't, that causes for speculation on that operation. I suspect it could be a short shift in short time frame, but I can't. It was an example, and I don't have a timeline on that
Okay.
without knowing conditions.
Would you say it would be whatever is deemed necessary without regard to a specific time limit?
We have committed to proposed permit number 2 for the South Delta preference. This would be an action that would be coordinated through our water operations management team and with the other state and federal fisheries agencies.
So you don't know, sitting here today, whether temporary could mean more than a few days?
I don't know here today. I don't expect it would be an extensive period of time.
Okay. And when you say that it would benefit fishery conditions, are you referring to any specific fishery?
No, just more fisheries are covered species from our ESA and CISA permits.
What types of fishery benefits do you expect that those temporary operations would produce?
During excess flow conditions, when we are restricted in our South Delta exports, there could be periods to reduce entrainment into our South Delta facilities. So it'd be really whether there would be a coordinated effort to do a shift of exports from the south to the north would be based upon the conditions, fisheries conditions at the time, and at the time, and depending upon fisheries. So I just can't answer what that would look like, as I don't know what those conditions are at this point.
Sure. Okay. Well, entrainment is one
Mhm.
example.
Mhm.
Okay. And when you say it would be a coordinated effort, does that include coordination with reclamation?
Correct. All of our, yes, we coordinate with reclamation on a daily basis.
So if the CVP were to increase pumping at the Jones pumping plant when DWR shifted pumping to the North Delta diversions, would the fishery benefits of these temporary operations be reduced?
Objection. Calls for speculation. Incomplete.
Which elements of the hypothetical, Ms. Carroll?
Amount of water.
Did you say, I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear you very well, the amount of water?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Tabor, can you be more specific on that?
Well, I'm curious to know if the CBP increased pumping in any amount greater than the extent of the shift that DWR is making to the North Delta diversions, whether the fishery benefits of DWR's temporary operations would be reduced.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
To the extent you can answer, go ahead, Ms. White.
I can't answer that. It does call for speculation.
Okay. So going back to your testimony to lines 20 to 21, you state that these temporary operations would be taken upon the request of CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and NIMFS. Would all three of these agencies have to make the request in order for DWR to change its operations?
Again, it depends upon the conditions and what fish species there is a concern around. So I can't answer that one without knowing what the actual condition and any modification would be in our operations.
But to your knowledge, there's nothing that would require that all three agencies make a decision that leads to temporarily moving water divisions from the South Delta export facility to the North Delta intakes to achieve an operational advantage.
I can't say at this point.
Okay, so it could be just one of them.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay. Does DWR have the discretion to decide to achieve an operational advantage within the meaning of your testimony without a request from any of these fisheries agencies?
As I state in my testimony, and it's a temporary shift through the coordinated operations in coordination with the state and federal fisheries agencies. So to answer your question, no.
Okay. And these temporary operations could include shifting all of the diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta diversion pumps?
It's uncertain. Without knowing the conditions, it's speculative on what that operation would look like.
Okay. You're not aware of any operating conditions that would limit DWR's ability to shift all of the diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta diversion to achieve the operational advantages that you described, though, correct?
As it relates to, can you repeat that again, please?
You're not aware of any proposed limitation that would preclude shifting all of the diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta in order to achieve the operational advantage that you describe here in your testimony, correct?
Not at this point.
Okay. Has DWR, to your knowledge, Ms. White, evaluated the in Delta water quality effects of shifting diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta to achieve the operational advantages that you describe here in your testimony?
I'm trying to break down that question. We, again, we operate in real time, looking at conditions within the Delta. The shift that we just spoke about, the operational advantage, was under questions where there could be excess flows in the condition in the system with the South Delta advantage. Shifting for water quality would be under balanced conditions.
Okay, my question was a little different. To your knowledge, has DWR conducted any analysis of the water quality effects in the Delta that would result from shifting diversions from the South Delta to the North Delta when it was attempting to achieve the operational advantage for fishery benefits that you describe in your testimony?
There was a modeling panel. I'm not certain to the extent of whether their analyses describe that.
You're not personally aware of any such analysis, correct?
Correct.
Oh. Based on your experience operating the State Water Project, would DWR evaluate the water quality effects that a temporary operation, as you described for fishery benefits, might cause at the time that you plan to take that or implement that temporary operation?
Could you restate your question in a different manner? I didn't
Sure.
fully understand it.
Correct. Understood. Thanks. Sorry. Based on your experience or your knowledge of planned DCP operations, at the time that DWR sought to undertake the temporary operation that you describe in your testimony for fishery benefits, would DWR conduct any analysis of the potential water quality effects of conducting that temporary operation?
Any shift between the facilities, DWR in real time, and based upon conditions of the Delta would assess whether that shift would have any impacts to water quality based upon real time conditions.
Thank you. So I'm trying to understand how DWR makes its real-time decision-making under those circumstances. What tools would you use to evaluate potential water quality effects from this shift of operations as it happens in your real-time decision-making process?
I expect that there would be perhaps some DSM-2 modeling that would be done by our operators to look at the potential effects, salinity effects should that shift occur.
Okay. To your knowledge, Ms. White, when DWR receives a request to undertake the type of temporary operations that you described for fishery benefits, would DWR have the discretion to reject that request?
The WAMP calls for an elevation process if there is not a agreement or consensus among the agencies that participate.
And so that process is that process laid out in a written agreement?
So if we step back the incidental take permit calls for the formation of the North Delta Diversion Monitoring Team. And that team, there is a elevation process that's called out in the incidental take permit as it relates to that team. I do suspect it would be through that team where these types of discussions and coordination would happen.
Okay. And so if I wanted to get more information about the makeup of that team and the decision-making process, the ITP would be the best place to go to look for that information?
Yes, the ITP has that information. I
Okay.
just don't recall what section.
Thank you. To your knowledge, Ms. White, when considering whether it would be appropriate to undertake the temporary operations for fishery benefits, is DW required to weigh the desired fishery benefits against any adverse effects to water quality that might be caused by that change?
During the time when as my testimony calls out the shifting for fisheries purposes, DWR would be assessing the water quality of what potential impacts or no impacts to water quality. We would be assessing conditions, and one of those conditions would be water quality.
Okay. Does the operations plan put any limits on when DWR can determine that there is an operational advantage for fishery benefits to move diversions to the North Delta intakes?
The operations plan does not provide details on that.
Thank you. If we could scroll down, please, Ms. Mullen, just a little bit so we could see a little bit more of PDF page 6, just the first paragraph. That I think we're okay here. You can see the remainder of that language from as it continues from page 5. On line 2, here, Ms. White, you state that the change would we're talking about shifting diversions to the North Delta diversion, would shift a portion of South Delta exports to the North Delta intakes. How would that exact portion be determined?
We would use our existing tools to determine how much and how that volume shift how it would cause any, whether and what that operation, can you just state the question again?
Yes. How would when you state that the change in shifting diversions to the North Delta diversion would shift a portion of South Delta exports to the North Delta intakes, how would that exact portion be determined?
We'd be looking at, I mean, it's speculative at this point, how that portion would be determined based upon hydrology, fish presence, water quality, just all the real time type of conditions that we do look at.
And is there an upper limit to the portion of exports that could be shifted?
Again, it would be based upon the conditions at the time.
Okay. So no upper limit that you're aware of?
Again, it would be based upon the conditions at the time. There's not specific limits.
Okay, so that it could include shifting all of the diversions in theory to the North Delta diversion, as long as they could comply with the other requirements at the North Delta diversion, such as bypass flows.
In theory, but again, it depends upon the conditions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we please scroll down to PDF page 8? And so we can see line 6. Thank you. In this section of your testimony, Ms. White, you state that carriage water savings could be diverted or stored in upstream reservoirs for future use. Which reservoirs are you referring to here?
Oroville.
So it's when you use plural reservoirs, you only are actually referring to Oroville, is that correct?
That would be the plan is it would be around Oroville Reservoir.
Okay, so there are no other upstream reservoirs that could be relevant here where carriage water savings could be diverted or stored?
Not for the purpose of our operations.
For when you say our, are you
Oh, it's
talking
State
about-
Water Project operation.
Okay. Would the storage of saved carriage water result in an increase in the amount of water stored in Oroville compared to what DWR has historically stored?
It may or may not increase Oroville storage.
Thank you. Scrolling down a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen, so we can see line 14, that area. Thank you. Here, Ms. White, you describe 4 factors that can limit shifting diversions to the North Delta intakes for carriage water savings. Is this list of 4 factors exclusive?
Those are the 4 conditions that we have put forth that would limit the shifting.
Okay. So might shifting to the North Delta intakes be limited for any other reason?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And to make sure I understand, you state that these factors can limit shifting diversions. Are these 4 factors mandatory?
They're all commitments and requirements that DWR have put forth as commitments that will not shift.
Okay. To your knowledge, Ms. White, does carriage water provide environmental benefits to wetlands in the Delta in the summer months?
I don't know.
Okay. If we could scroll down just a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen, so we can see footnote 2. Thank you. Are you able to, do we need to enlarge this, or can you see this footnote clearly,
Yes,
Ms. White?
I
Thank
can
you.
see the footnote.
Okay. So this footnote states that DWR is requesting that the State Water Resources Control Board update the EI ratio calculation contained in D1641 to include exports from the North Delta intakes. Can you, actually, I think you've I was going to ask you to explain what the EI ratio is, but I think you did that in response to questions from Mr. Cho. Can you tell me, Ms. White, under D1641, how are exports currently defined?
Exports are defined as exports from State Water Project, South Delta facilities, and the Central Valley Project facilities.
Does that include the combined export rate from, that would include the Contra Costa Canal pumping and the North Bay Aqueduct pumping?
No.
Doesn't, in your experience. So,
If I may, the
yes,
export component for EI is the Jones pumping plus Clifton Court inflows minus the diversions by BBID from Clifton Court.
okay, thank you, that's helpful. So is DWR proposing to update the E portion of this definition to mean the sum of the various flows that you described, Mr. Georgie, plus the North Delta diversions?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay. And could you explain either Ms. White or Mr. Georgie, whoever is feels more comfortable with this, how inflows, the I is currently defined under D1641?
It is the sum of the daily average flows from Freeport, Yellow Bypass, Fremont Weir and Sacramento Weir, inflows at Rumsey, inflows on the McComey River at Woodbridge, New Hogan releases, Consumnes River inflows from the San Joaquin River at Vernalis.
Thank you. Does DWR plan to update the definition of the I to subtract flows that are diverted at the North Delta diversion from the Sacramento River inflows to the Delta?
My understanding is no, because the diversions are currently downstream of Freeport. The planned diversions are currently downstream of the otherwise measured inflow.
So those flows, the North Delta diversion are no longer, or flows that are no longer flowing into the Delta, but because they are no longer flowing into the Delta below Freeport, DWR does not intend to update the definition of I in the EI ratio. Is that correct?
I think that kind of mischaracterizes it. They are no longer, they are continuing to flow past Freeport, so into the Delta for the definition of EI, and then are diverted downstream of that inflow point.
Okay. So can you explain, I guess, as a layperson, can you explain, Mr. Urgi, why, despite the fact that these are being diverted slightly downstream of Freeport, but not flowing, and they're not flowing into the Delta, DWR is not intending to redefine inflows to remove the North Delta diversions, the water diverted at the North Delta diversions?
Well, if you remove them from both the inflow and the export side, you'd kind of double count them.
Okay. Thank you. If we could scroll, that's helpful. Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll to PDF page 9, paragraph 17. And here you're stating, Ms. White, that DWR will not divert additional stored water releases beyond what would have been available absent the DCP, with some exceptions. If the DCP is not diverting additional stored water releases beyond what would have been available absent the DCP, what is the source of the additional DCP diversions?
Can you be more specific on timing?
No, I cannot.
Okay.
I'll defer to you to tell me under whatever you would consider to be the relevant time scenarios, what the expected source of the additional DCP diversions could be. And if it's a variety of sources, that's fine too. I don't know the answer to this, so I'm asking you based on your expertise.
All right. Can you ask again, please?
Sure. If the DCP is not diverting additional stored water releases beyond what would have been available absent the DCP, what is the source of the additional DCP diversions?
The source would
The water
be
source. Yeah.
excess flows in the system.
Is that Feather River water?
It would be excess flows in the system. As we state here, we wouldn't be moved additional stored water releases through the DCP.
When you say excess flows, could that is that limited to Feather River water?
The DCP would, should there be excess flow conditions where there was adequate flow in the system to meet D1641 flows, as well as bypass flow criteria set forth in the ITP, then if there's additional flow above and beyond that is when the DCP could be operated, and it would be those diversions of just excess flows in the system.
So, based on, and to your knowledge, Ms. White, would those excess flows be limited to Feather River water?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to time.
Could those excess flows include water from a source other than the Feather River?
It is ambiguous. It would just be additional flows in the system that are likely resulting of storm systems coming through, and there's natural runoff in the system.
Okay, so excess flows, is it correct that based on, as you use the term, excess flows could include Feather River water, depending on the time, Sacramento River water, hydrologic runoff, generally?
It would be excess flows in the system that above and beyond what is needed to meet D1641 as well as the bypass flow criteria.
Okay. To your knowledge, has DWR attempted to quantify the proportion of excess flows that would come from different sources, such as the Feather River or the Sacramento River?
Again, I'd say that there's no.
Okay. How does DWR determine what would have been available absent the DCP?
We would be able to determine how much available storage that could be moved through our South Delta facilities during these summer months, absent the DCP.
And does DWR maintain records of that historic storage, stored release, how much stored release stored water DWR has diverted at the South Delta?
Through our water rights reporting, we have provided records or reports to the State Water Board on an annual basis. That includes, I believe that includes that information, yes.
Okay. And how would DWR plan to demonstrate compliance with permit term 1 on this question of not diverting additional stored water releases beyond what would have been available absent the DCP?
Through our planning studies, DWR would determine how much available storage there would be able to move absent the DCP.
So would that be based on a modeled prediction?
That would be based upon our water supply planning studies.
And are those studies based on historic conditions or modeled projections?
Those studies are based upon water supply forecasts in the given year of operation.
Okay. Does DWR have a written compliance plan for how it proposes to conduct these evaluations and document its conclusions?
No, not right now.
Okay. Mr. Singh's testimony discussed storage release operations, and he stated that other than releases from storage of carriage water savings, there would be no change in operations of Oroville Reservoir due to the North Delta diversion compared to the baseline. Do you agree with that statement, Ms. White?
Yes, I believe, yes.
Okay. If DWR is not releasing more, well, scratch this. So I think we've covered that topic. So the excess flows that you referenced that are to be diverted at the DCP that are not releases of additional stored water, are those excess flows that are moving through Oroville Reservoir at certain times that are not being stored for more than 30 days?
Yeah, objection, incomplete, hypothetical.
Which part, Ms. Carroll?
Yeah. Hydrological conditions and the timing.
I guess I would ask Ms. White if she's able to understand my question. And the question is trying to get at the DWR's and understand DWR's statement that the project will not be diverting additional stored water. It'll be diverting excess flows. And I'm trying to understand where these excess flows are coming from and whether some of the excess flows, given the statement that you would not be diverting additional stored water, is water that would be moving through Oroville at certain times that is, but not being stored for more than 30 days.
I think that's a fair question. Go ahead, Ms. White, if you can answer.
It's speculative, but there could be, Oroville could be in flood control, making flood control releases that are required by our U.S. Army Corps water control manual that requires releases of inflows essentially passing through the system. That could be a component of excess flow conditions.
Are there other components beyond required flood control releases that could be possible sources of the additional excess flows that could move through Oroville?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So you don't foresee any change in Orville operations based on the DCP, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Cho asked you how DWR determines whether it's operating in compliance with its water rights. And your answer was that we gather data and submit it to the State Water Board. Do you recall giving that answer to Mr. Cho?
For the most part.
Okay. I took notes and that was how I recorded your answer. Who is responsible for gathering that data?
We have a group here at DWR that gathers and collects and reports that data.
And what is the name of that group?
I don't know the official section title, but they're within my organization and report to me.
Okay. And who is in charge of that section?
Janice Wu.
And where is the data that section compiles recorded?
Can you be more specific about where? What
Yes,
do you mean by where?
these, pardon me. Yes, are these, is this data recorded in spreadsheets?
The data is collected and I would suspect it's within spreadsheets.
Do you review reports from that section related to whether the DWR is operating in compliance with its water rights?
I have the opportunity to review the reports prior to we submit by, I believe, the end of January of every year as required by the board.
And in your experience, have you reviewed any of those reports?
There's been one report that's come across my desk since I've been in this position for a year.
Okay. Ultimately, is it Ms. Wu's responsibility for the data that's in those reports?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to data.
For the content of the reports?
Ms. Wu is responsible for gathering the data.
And does anyone at DWR approve the reports before they're submitted?
The reports are submitted to the water board. And so, yeah, I would say I'm the ultimate approver of some of that report.
Did you approve the report that was submitted last year?
I saw the report.
But you didn't approve it?
I would say I did not disapprove.
Is there a quality control process in place for reviewing and determining the accuracy of those reports before they're submitted?
Ms. Wu has a quality control process.
Are you familiar with that process?
No.
Does DWR maintain any records reflecting an analysis of compliance with its water rights as opposed to just raw data?
Can you be more specific on analysis?
Do you maintain any records that contain any narrative analysis regarding whether DWR has been operating in compliance with its water rights?
We follow the board's guidelines in reporting the water rights data to the board.
And based on your knowledge of the water board's requirements, do any of those requirements require a narrative analysis of or assessment of compliance with your water rights?
I'm not aware of that requirement.
Okay. If we could scroll down, Ms. Mullen, to page 11, paragraph 20. Maintenance flows. Thank you. That's good. Ms. White, you testify here that maintenance flow diversions may be periodically required, and you describe what the maximum maintenance flow diversions would be. How many months in a year would you expect on average that maintenance flow diversions will occur?
I think that would depend upon how often the Delta Conveyance project was in operation in any given year.
For a month in which the Delta Conveyance project would be in operation, would maintenance flow diversions be required in those months?
As it states here in my testimony, the maintenance flow diversions would only occur if the pumps are not otherwise exercised during normal monthly diversion operations. I think that answers your question.
Thank you. Yes, it does. Does the need for maintenance flow diversions vary based on water year type?
I think that depends upon, again, the need for maintenance flows are dependent upon how often the Delta Conveyance project is in operation.
Okay. In months that maintenance flow diversions occur, do you know what the minimum maintenance flow diversion would be?
As stated on line 14 here of my testimony, the duration of the flows could be up to 8 hours per pump per month.
How about as to diversion rate? Is there a minimum maintenance flow diversion rate?
There's a maximum of 300 CFS.
Okay. In months that maintenance flow diversions occur, do you know what the average maintenance flow diversions would be in any given month?
No, my testimony here states the maintenance flows.
In terms of the maximum rate of 300 CFS?
Correct.
So you don't know what the range of maintenance flows would be? You just, is your testimony limited to the maximum rate?
My testimony here is limited to the maximum flows.
Do you know if DWR included maintenance flows in its modeling of Delta water quality for the project that it submitted in this proceeding?
I'm not aware of the modeling as it relates to the maintenance flows.
Okay. You discuss maintenance flow diversions in the aggregate and combining those that are required at the Bethany Reservoir Pumping Plant, the North Delta intakes, and other tunnel system facility requirements, correct?
Yes, that's what the testimony states.
Okay. When making maintenance flow diversions from the Bethany Reservoir Pumping Plant, those are flows that would need to be initially diverted using the North Delta intakes, correct?
I can't explicitly speak to the exact configuration of Bethany.
So you don't know if the maintenance flow diversions at the Bethany Reservoir Pumping Plant are flows that would necessarily have been diverted from the North Delta intakes?
Correct. I can say what is stated here, that it would depend upon how often. I mean, this is with respect to the North Delta diversion maintenance flows. So yes.
Okay. Has DWR evaluated or calculated the total amount of water that would be diverted due to maintenance flows at the North Delta intakes?
I think as I've testified, how often and when maintenance flows will be needed will be dependent upon how often the Delta Conveyance project is in operation. So I'm not aware of the analysis, and I'm not aware myself.
Okay, Mr. Georgie, have you ever attempted to calculate that amount of water based on the criteria that are described here in Ms. White's paragraph 20 of her testimony?
No, I have not.
Okay. On lines 12 to 13, you state that diversions would only occur if the pumps are not otherwise exercised during normal monthly diversion operations. So just to make sure I understand, does this mean that maintenance flow diversions would only occur if the North Delta diversions are not used at all in a given month?
Potentially. However, we do, as stated at the end of that paragraph in my testimony, that maintenance flows will meet bypass flows.
Okay, so maintenance flows are not necessarily limited to months in which the pumps are not used at all during a given month?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Do you know how a month is defined for purposes of maintenance flow diversions?
Not specifically. This is around just general month names.
Okay, so it's not limited to a calendar month, for example, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, correct.
Is there a procedure or protocol for documenting the purpose and extent of maintenance flow diversions?
I'm not aware of one right now. That doesn't mean it isn't available, but I'm not aware.
Just a time check here, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I will not be able to complete my questions before when you might normally want to take a lunch break. And I'm switching topics now. I could just want to give you that update for you
Well,
to decide how.
Sure. And I think I'd be inclined to take a lunch break. Do you estimate you have more than an hour left?
Based on the pace that we have been going, I would say an hour or just slightly more.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and plan to take our lunch break now. Are there any other procedural issues we should address before we break? My inclination would be to come back at 12:45. Ms. Carroll, please.
I just want to raise a concern that I'm not sure we'll be able to finish tomorrow if we have too much of a shortened day or a shortened day at all today. So would really hope that we can keep track of the time, and I hate to say it, but I think we might have to go all day today.
I'd like to, I mean, one outstanding item is Ms. Desjardins. I don't know if she has, so I would like an update to the extent you're able, Ms. Meserve, and maybe you have one because you're on camera. Ms. Meserve, please.
Hello. Yes, I was able to contact Ms. Desjardins, and she has an hour of questions prepared, and she's would like to go tomorrow. She's not better from she was in anyway. That it would be best for her to go tomorrow.
Understood. So then let me look to, do we have Mr. Moore with us? I was going to check on Mr. Moore if you are with us, which you may not be, and that's fine. So you weren't expecting to be called upon.
I did hear from Mr. Moore that
Okay.
he does have a conflict this afternoon. It did cross my mind looking at the list we had, and I haven't communicated with them today, is whether um, Danica or Rob Donlin might be able to go today, and then that would leave tomorrow with just uh, Dean, with Mr. Ruiz, myself, and Ms. Desjardins. And I'm not clear on if how much time Roger needed, but that might be one way to tack a little bit more on to today if Mr. Donlin's office was available.
Well, tell you what, I will leave it to, let's take our lunch break. And if we have a more clear proposal, and I understand your concern, Ms. Carroll, and I share that concern. I don't want to end up with us not having enough time tomorrow. Uh, but I will leave the lunch break, and maybe if, to the extent you are able to communicate amongst yourselves and coordinate something that is mutually beneficial, that would be, and come up with a proposal, I would certainly be open to that. Ms. Carroll, is there something else we should address as well?
I just also wanted to add that, we haven't had it in the previous panels, but we possibly do have redirect for this panel.
Understood. And I'm also going to take the lunch break to see an estimate from on the hearing team side, whether we have questions for this panel, which is another element as well. So let's use our lunch break wisely and come back and we can see where we are from there. With that, I will see you at 12:45. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you very much. It is 12:46. We are back on the record in the hearing with respect to the proposed Delta Conveyance project. We left off with cross-examination by Ms. Tabor of panel 4. And I had also asked the parties, if you would, over our short lunch to confer about scheduling and whether we can actually have any shorter day than already planned, because we do still have quite a few. As I totaled this up over our break, we have quite a few left. So I share the concerns about being able to finish by the end of the day tomorrow. I will look to all of you. Do you want to, I don't know, Ms. Meserve, you've previously been a spokesperson. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but are there anyone of you who'd like to jump in on a proposal as to how we structure the rest of our day today and tomorrow?
Thank you, Hearing Officer. Yeah, I was able to reach Roger Moore, and he has maybe up to 30 minutes. Like I said, he wasn't available this afternoon, but his are very short, I guess was the feedback I got on that. And then I did receive some communication from Mr. Donlin, I believe, who was hoping to go tomorrow also, but I asked him if he might be able to go today after Ms. Tabor, and I have not heard back about that.
Okay. And Ms. Jones, are you with us? I believe that was you were our other candidate. So, candidate not sponsored by you for possibly going today. If we can please elevate Ms. Jones to a panelist.
There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, this is Danica Jones on behalf of El Dorado Irrigation District and Placer County Water Agency. I spoke with Robert Donlin about it. We have probably 20 to 30 minutes of cross, probably leaning closer to 20. I have not been able to touch base with our clients yet about today versus tomorrow. Of course, we were hoping to go tomorrow, but I assume, barring anything, we could probably squeeze in after Miss Tabor finishes today, if need be.
Okay, that might be appropriate. More of you may have to go. Let's see. So we have for tomorrow, we have roughly 30, and these I tend to be underestimates, although Ms. Tabor is doing quite well so far, but tend to be underestimates. Mr. Moore, half an hour, Ms. Meserve, an hour and a half, so that's 2 hours. I have Mr. Moore twice, so we don't need that. Ms. Desjardins, an hour or an hour plus if she gets the time for it. That's 3. Mr. Ruiz, possibly an hour plus, that's 4. And then I think the hearing team, I'd like to reserve half an hour. I don't know that I'll have that much, but I'd like to reserve that. So that's 4.5 hours. We should be able to do it and still leave some time for redirect. But I would ask all of you if you're going to defer. I guess my request would be if you're deferring till tomorrow, you're going to have to be efficient because we have to get it all done. And I want to make sure that DWR certainly is not going to get cut short on their redirect if that's an option they would like to take. So that's where I'm at. Ms. Meserve, did you want to jump back in?
Yes, just to say, we understand the assignment in terms of getting through tomorrow. And I think we're willing to make the necessary adjustments so that we can do that. It may be helpful. I don't know if Ms. Carroll has an idea of how long her redirect may take. The broader that is, the more time we need to leave for the rest of it. So again, I don't know if that's
Understood.
something that she could answer, but I think, yes, we can commit to working together to make sure that all those things happen. And we do appreciate Ms. Jones, your maybe unwillingness, but being here today and potentially going today, as that does help our situation with availability.
Thank you. And thank you all. And Ms. Carroll, I'm going to defer until after Ms. Tabor finishes her cross. And then maybe if you have an estimate, that might be helpful. Welcome, Mr. Donlin. Would you like to jump
Ms.
in?
Kinsey. And I just want to echo what Ms. Jones just said, that we'd prefer to go tomorrow. And I think that what we'd really like to do is talk to our our experts about what they've heard thus far. And I don't think we'll be able to do that this afternoon. I think that will allow for a more efficient cross-examination, frankly. If we go tomorrow, and perhaps we could do that at the beginning of the day. But that's the reason why we're hedging between today and tomorrow, is just to get some input from our technical team.
Understood. Let's check in after Ms. Tabor has completed her cross. And we may know nothing more, but we may. So I'll plan on that. Is there anything we should talk about before we move back to cross-examination by Ms. Tabor? All right, then with that, I will look to our witnesses, Ms. White and Mr. Georgie. Welcome back. We have Ms. Tabor and we have Ms. Carroll. So with that, I'll hand things over to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Mullen, could we please return to DWR 1101R, the permit terms? Pull that up and scroll to the top of PDF page 2, please. Thank you. Ms. White, we'll start with you. In Roman numeral 2, permit term 2 states that DWR would first use South Delta facilities to export water up to the allowed amount under existing water rights. Does DWR currently use South Delta facilities to export water up to the allowed amount under its existing water rights?
We operate the South Delta facilities during the time period of July through September. What governs those export limitations are the capacity limitations set forth in Clifton Court 4 and that is pursuant to the U.S. Army Corps permits. And that would also govern how we would operate the Delta conveyance facility during this time period as well, to that capacity limitation of our South Delta facilities when the DCP becomes operational.
Thank you. Do those Army Corps permits that you referenced allow for the same amount of water to be diverted as DWR's existing water rights?
No, the permits, they are referred to in proposed permit term number 1, but the permit term essentially is 10,300 is our Clifton Court or during the year. Let me step back. During the summer months, July through September, our max diversion capability through Clifton Court is 7180 CFS.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the date of that permit is? Army Corps permit, when it was issued?
Sure. Can you scroll, Ms. Mullen, could you scroll to the permit term number 1? I believe it's in it's reference. There we go. And that 4th bullet of permit term number 1 refers to the Army Corps permits.
Are those permits, the Army Corps permits, proposed to be modified if the DCP is approved?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have the permits been amended since October 13th, 1981?
I'm not aware of them being amended since 81.
Does DWR have a incidental take authorization under the Federal Endangered Species Act for the Delta Conveyance Project?
I'm only aware of the incidental take permit under CISA from CDFW.
Has DWR submitted an application for incidental take authorization to either under the Federal Endangered Species Act to either the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or the National Marine Fishery Service?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
I don't know. Okay. Going back to my questions about permit term 2, how does DWR monitor whether its export of water from the South Delta facilities is within the allowed amount under its existing water rights?
We have we measure the water coming in through Banks Pumping Plant.
Is the data collection and compilation that you described before the lunch break that Ms. Wu's office conducts the process that you use for monitoring whether the export of water is within the allowed amount under your existing water rights?
I do want to clarify that we do measure water coming in through Clifton Court as well. I was remiss in including Clifton Court. And so with that being said, can you restate your question, please?
Yes, before lunch, we talked a bit about the process that you described, a process that DWR uses that is supervised, as I understand it, by Ms. Wu in her office to collect data and record data and submit it to the State Water Board regarding DWR's diversion of water under its existing water rights. And I'm asking whether the process that you use to monitor whether DWR's export of water at the South Delta facilities is within the allowed amount under its existing water rights is that process that you described by Ms. Wu's office before the lunch break.
Ms. Wu captures when she reports to the water board the diversions through our South Delta facilities.
Okay. And what is the name of the department that Ms. Wu supervises?
It's our water rights support section.
Oh, a section. Okay. Do you know what Ms. Wu's title is?
Supervising engineer. She's a
Thank you.
supervising engineer.
Thank you. In scrolling back down just a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen, so we can see Roman numeral 2. Thank you. In Roman numeral 2, permit term 2 states that DCP will be operated for operational advantage in terms of carriage water savings. Do you know, Ms. White or Mr. Georgie, if this provision operating the DCP for operational advantage in terms of carriage water savings was simulated in the modeling runs that DWR submitted in this proceeding?
I'm not aware of if it was in the modeling or not.
Okay. Ms. White, do you have any knowledge of that?
I'm not aware either.
Thank you. Under Roman numeral 3, the permit term references low-level maintenance diversions. Are these the diversions that we just discussed before the lunch break in your revised testimony?
That is my understanding. Yes.
Okay. So in the context of this permit term, are these low-level maintenance diversions limited to the maximum of 300 CFS for 112 hours per month that you described in your testimony?
The maximum was, as testified, the maximum is 300 CFS. How long they are needed would be dependent upon the actual operations of the DCP. But if we want to bring back up that testimony, if that would be
No, that's
helpful.
okay. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate
Mhm.
that. I don't think we need to do that. I'm just trying to be mindful of our time. So if permit term 2 is approved as proposed, DWR would not be in violation of its permit by diverting more than 300 CFS for 112 hours per month, correct?
I would like, can you restate that question? I'm not tracking. I don't understand it.
If the permit term 2 is approved as it's proposed here in this exhibit, DWR would not be in violation of its permit if it were to divert more than 300 CFS for 112 hours per month as maintenance flows, correct?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Just based on your understanding, Ms. White, of this permit term.
This permit term sets forth our low-level maintenance diversions. I don't have much more to say.
Okay. So this permit term also authorizes using the DCP during emergency situations, including but not limited to a South Delta outage. What does using the DCP mean in this context?
Operating the DCP?
So diverting water for export.
That is what I would look to as the using means.
Would this term require that a state of emergency be declared before using the DCP?
I can't answer that question.
What types of emergencies could this apply to?
Any sort of emergency situation, maybe, I mean, it's speculative. I would say perhaps maybe a levee failure.
Would a prolonged drought qualify as an emergency situation?
I think that all depends upon conditions in the system.
Would your answer be the same for a single critical water gear?
We've constructed the DCP operations plan. You know, we've set forth what types of conditions we would use the Delta conveyance facility. During periods of time of when there's excess flows available, and potentially during the summer months when there's opportunities to shift diversions, what type of emergency situations would be speculative in nature at this point.
So the term does say emergency situations, including but not limited to a South Delta outage. Is a South Delta outage, when you described a levee failure, is that what you meant by South Delta outage?
It could be a period of time when there was an outage at our South Delta facilities.
So it could be South Delta outage could be a different situation than the situation in which a levee failure occurred, correct?
It could be.
Okay. Can you think of any other emergency situations that, based on your experience as an operator, could be included in that phrase, including but not limited to, other than levee failures or a South Delta facility operation?
Not that I can think of right now.
Does DWR have the discretion to decide when an emergency situation is in effect, such that these low-level maintenance diversions or the using the DCP would be permitted?
As I sit here today, I've already described and testified to how we expect the Delta Conveyance project to be operated in the types of conditions. As far as what would be need to classify an emergency, I don't have that information. It's uncertain what that may be.
Does DWR currently make operational decisions based on its determination that an emergency exists?
Again, we've talked about emergencies, but if you could give more specificity in your line of question with respect to emergencies.
Sure. In your experience operating the State Water Project, has DWR ever modified its operations in response to what it determined was an emergency?
I'm thinking. Nothing immediately comes to mind. That doesn't mean that we haven't operated under emergency type situations.
Okay. Do you know in what circumstances DWR might be required to obtain any approval from either within or outside of DWR before determining that an emergency situation exists?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Ms. White, you can answer to the extent you can with that limitation.
Calls for legal conclusion.
That's your answer?
You have no opinion, is that what?
I have no opinion.
Okay. So in your experience, you've never authorized a change in operations based on an emergency situation?
I'm thinking I don't have any, no.
Okay. To your knowledge, does DWR have any written protocols regarding how to determine if an emergency situation exists that requires a modification of State Water Project operations?
Can you be more specific on emergent or modifications to operations?
To deviate from the then existing operational conditions in response to a situation that DWR has decided constitutes an emergency?
Certainly, if there would be an impact to public safety, DWR may change operations. That's the first thing that comes to mind with public safety, a priority. That's my answer.
Okay. And so there's no documented decision-making protocol to that DWR uses when an emergency situation arises?
We have emergency preparedness plans for the department.
And
for
to your
the
knowledge,
statewide.
sorry, pardon me for interrupting. Please
Oh, no,
continue.
no, please go ahead.
Are those emergency preparedness plans the only written documentation that you're aware of that would govern operational decision-making in times of an emergency?
That I'm aware of as we sit here today.
Okay, thank you. Based on the correction, in using the DCP in emergency situations, would DWR be required to maintain operations as close as possible to the operations plan?
Objection calls for speculation.
Based on your understanding, Ms. White.
It's difficult to say right now what type of emergency situation and what the operations would look like under an emergency situation.
Okay, but as you read this permit term, there's no requirement to maintain operations as close as possible to the operations plan in the event of an emergency, correct?
As I mentioned, it's difficult to speculate. Every emergency could be different, so it would cause for speculation on what that would look like.
But based on the text of the permit term, there are no limits on the amount of water that DWR can divert at the North Delta diversion during an emergency situation, correct?
Again, we're looking at III 3 with respect to emergency situations. I don't have additional information outside of what is in this permit term.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll forward to permit term 4 on this, should be on the same page. Thank you. Ms. White, this term states that DWR will coordinate operations with the Sacramento Area Sewer District and the Freeport Regional Water Authority. What exactly does coordinate operations entail in the context of this permit term?
Coordinate operations would be, as I read this term, would be coordinating with those entities on what the conditions are in, say, the Sac River, what type of operations what are the operations, and perhaps what the planned operations would be of the Delta Conveyance project. That could be via regularly scheduled meetings or email updates. Those are a couple ideas that come to mind.
When you say coordinate operations, do you envision DWR sharing information with these agencies?
I envision, yes, sharing information with these entities.
Would DWR modify planned operations of the DCP as a result of the coordination of operations if requested by Sac Sewer or Freeport Regional Water Authority?
DWR would be coordinating and sharing information on our operations, and those operations would be in compliance and following the bypass flow criteria or whatever applicable flow criteria would be applicable at the time of the operations of the DCP.
So you don't, as you understand this condition, DWR would not be seeking approval from either of these agencies before it were to take any certain type of action to divert at the DCP.
As I understand this permit term as it reads today, is that we would coordinate our operations with those two entities. How that unfolds in the specificities of that coordination has yet to be determined, but it is a permit term that we have proposed.
Does DWR anticipate entering into an enforceable coordination agreement with these two entities?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Thank you. The term also says that DWR will share projections of tidal reverse flows and DCP diversions. Do you know how much advance notice DWR intends to provide in sharing these projections?
I do not have that information today.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to PDF page 15? And can we scroll down a little bit? I may be on, I apologize. We may need to switch documents. Scroll down just a little bit further. Okay. I apologize. I think we need to return to Ms. White's testimony, please. And if we could go to PDF page 15.
I don't believe there's a 15.
Oh, there isn't. Okay. In editing my cross-examination based on other people's comments, I believe that I lost my page reference. I'll ask this question without reference to an exhibit, and we'll see if you are able to answer it. Ms. White, sorry for the mistake there. So DWR has described operating the North Delta intakes during reverse flow conditions in the Sacramento River, and has described that DWR will undertake tidal habitat restoration in the North Delta to mitigate for potential hydrodynamics related effects. Are you familiar with that commitment of by DWR, Ms. White?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Georgie, are you familiar with that commitment?
I'm not.
Okay. Let's go to DWR $300R. Okay, and thank you. And let's go to page 12 of this document, please. Yeah, page 12. So here, Ms. White, you're describing the potential water supply benefit examples of the DCP, and you state that the bypass flow criteria in the ITP are a little different from the ITP application, but the resulting yield numbers would be similar. What is the basis for your statement that the yield numbers would be similar?
It's my general understanding of the differences between the ITP application and then the actual bypass flow criteria.
And have you compared those two documents, the ITP application and the ITP bypass flow criteria?
I haven't compared them side by side, if that's what you're asking. I'm saying the general sense of under the bypass flow criteria and what's provided in the ITP application.
And how did you develop your understanding of how those two documents are similar?
just with the different criteria that's set forth. I mean, it's a little bit more just the bypass flow criteria has been refined, but not tremendously more, I would say, than the ITP application. And so, in my opinion, they would be similar.
Thank you. So in forming that opinion, did you rely on any modeling results?
No.
Just your reading of the language in the two documents?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. White, has DWR evaluated whether state water project conveyance facilities south of Bethany Reservoir will have sufficient hydraulic capacity at the time the DCP becomes operational to convey the same level of export flows that are conveyed today?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, vacant, ambiguous as to which facilities?
California Aqueduct.
Can you state your question, please?
Yes. Has DWR evaluated whether the California Aqueduct will have sufficient hydraulic capacity at the time the DCP becomes operational to convey the same level of export flows that are currently conveyed?
There has been analysis done in the delivery capability report, and that's the extent of my knowledge on the subject.
Okay. Do you know, Ms. White, whether the delivery capability report considered whether the California Aqueduct would have sufficient hydraulic capacity at the time the DCP becomes operational to convey any flows beyond the level of flows that are carried today?
Again, I'm not familiar with the specifics of that report.
Okay, well, thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up the exhibit that we emailed you that was titled DWR May 6, 2025 report? The title may have been somewhat different. What title did we? We emailed this to you last night. We sent 2 documents. Did you receive our email? Yes, this is it. Thank you very much. You could maybe scroll, if you're able to scroll so we can see it, or minimize it so we can see more of the text. All right, thank you. Let's start with this view. So Ms. White, on May 6th, 2025, DWR published findings of a technical report that concluded that subsidence has restricted the amount of water the State Water Project can deliver in a year by 3%, and that by 2043, if no action is taken, the current trajectory of subsidence combined with climate change could reduce deliveries by 87%. And according to DWR, this study finds that under a moderate climate change scenario with a moderate level of subsidence, average annual State Water Project deliveries could decline 400,000 acre feet. Are you familiar with this DWR technical report that's described on DWR's publication?
So it looks like what you're pulling up is one of our releases from our website. Is that where this is from?
This is from your website, correct?
I wasn't involved in the preparation or development of this report.
Okay. Are you familiar with its contents?
Again, generally speaking, but again, I wasn't part of the development of the report.
Mr. Georgie, are you familiar with this report?
I am not.
Ms. White, does DWR have a project in place to prevent further subsidence from compromising the hydraulic capacity of the California aqueduct?
I'm not here to, I can't speak on subsidence of the California aqueduct in that program.
Okay. Mr. Georgie, are you familiar with any projects that are currently in place to address or prevent further subsidence at the California aqueduct?
I do not know of any activities to prevent subsidence of the California aqueduct.
Are you aware of any projects or plans to remediate past subsidence of the California aqueduct?
Objection lacks foundation, assumes facts not in evidence.
Yeah, I don't have the facts, which is why I'm asking whether they're aware of any projects or plans that do exist to remediate past subsidence.
If there were any past subsidence, can we make that as a hypothetical?
Yes, well, I'm based on DWR's own study as it's described in here, apparently there is.
Fair enough. All right. Mr. Georgie, I think that was for Mr. Georgie, was it?
For either Ms. White or Mr. Georgie, based on their knowledge.
I am not aware, well, I should say, I was not involved in the development of this technical report and can't speak to it.
I've not been part of any discussions mitigate the effects of subsidence, but I do believe there have been investigations into methods to do so.
Do you know whether DWR has any cost estimate of what it would cost to prevent further subsidence?
I'm not
Objection
aware.
relevance.
What is the relevance, Ms. Tabor?
Well, Hearing Officer Kinsey, the conveyance of water that is exported through the Delta Conveyance Project to its ultimate place of use is a relevant question to the hearing officer's consideration of if there's not sufficient hydraulic capacity to convey DCP flows or a plan to provide it, the hearing officer should be considering whether this is a reasonable method of diversion. And so I'm trying to understand, based on this recent report, how DWR's plans with respect to hydraulic conveyance capacity south of the Delta may be factoring into its ability to use the DCP as described in the testimony.
Thank you. And Ms. Carroll?
This document lacks foundation. Both witnesses have said that they are not familiar with it. The only facts read from this document have been by Ms. Tabor herself.
Noted. And with that background, I think we will need the question again at this point, but I'll allow it.
The question was, pardon me, go ahead, Ms. White.
I was going to ask you to restate the question. Thank you.
Thank you. I was asking whether DWR has a cost estimate of what it would cost to prevent further subsidence at the California aqueduct.
I can't speak to the details. I just don't have that information.
Okay. And is your answer the same if I ask whether DWR has a cost estimate of what it would cost to remediate the effects of past subsidence on the California aqueduct?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Oh, just based on this.
I can rephrase it.
Okay.
Does DWR have a cost estimate of what it would cost to remediate the loss of hydraulic conveyance capacity on the California aqueduct as it is described in DWR's May 6, 2025 press release?
Again, I wasn't part of the preparation or development of this report, and I do not have information on costs either.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if you could please bring up the next exhibit that we emailed, and this is, if you can refer to the description as Programs, Engineering and Construction PDF. This was the second one we emailed to you last night. Okay. Thank you. So this this webpage I accessed yesterday on DWR's website. And if you could scroll down just a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen, so we can see past the exhibit, to keep scrolling, please, to all the language of impacts of subsidence. Great, thank you. Let's stop here. So, Ms. White, according to DWR, to maintain water deliveries, operators must move water more often during on-peak hours, which increases operating costs and limits the use of renewable energy sources. Since the State Water Project is the largest user of electricity in California, this impacts all Californians. Would you agree with this statement?
Foundation. Apologies, Ms. Tabor, but lacks foundation.
Did we establish what, Ms. Tabor, did you establish what this, Ms. Mullen,
This-
scroll back to the top, please, just for me.
Yes. This is a document that I accessed last night on DWR's website.
Yep.
I can provide the URL if you would like me to provide it, if there's any question as to the authenticity of this document being available on the DWR website.
No, I think I'm satisfied with that. Go ahead, Ms. Tabor. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Thank you. Can we please scroll back down to where it says impacts of subsidence? And I'm asking, based on your experience as the head of State Water Project Operations, Ms. White, if you agree with the statement that I just read, that in the sentence that begins, to maintain water deliveries, operators must move water more often during on-peak hours, which increases operating costs and limits the use of renewable energy sources. Since the State Water Project is the largest user of electricity in California, this impacts all Californians.
I would have to defer to folks and experts at the Department of Water Resources on how the movement of water impacts power and so forth. I will say, though, that under high flow situations, DWR has operated, and I'm just, as stated here, by fact, we have moved more water often during on-peak hours. Now, how that impacts the costs and limits the use of renewable energy, I think as all of this is going to be based upon the actual conditions and power costs and so forth. So from a water operations, we have had to move water into those on-peak time periods, and that's about where my expertise stops, and then it goes to our power operations.
Okay, thank you. In making a decision to move water during into more water into on-peak hours as the operations office, do you consider the potential impact on operating costs before you make a decision to move water?
My team schedules the diversions from our export facilities and how that water is moved throughout the State Water Project all the way through to Southern California is with our schedulers who are planning and managing the power operations and movement of water through the system. I can't.
So
There's
your
other
office
groups.
coordinates with, pardon me,
We coordinate.
does your office coordinate with schedulers in making, before you make a decision on how much water to divert?
Our decision to divert water is we divert water to the extent that we can within meeting our Delta standards and water quality, flow standards, and so forth.
And when you make that decision to divert, do you consider the available capacity in the California aqueduct to carry the flows that you're scheduling to divert?
We coordinate with the power and water dispatchers on that available water through from the export.
And do you ever have to limit those diversions because of a lack that you would otherwise schedule because of a lack of hydraulic conveyance capacity in the California aqueduct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So to your knowledge, has DWR evaluated how the state water project operating costs would change in order to move water that's diverted through the DCP?
I don't have that in, I can't speak to costs of operating the Delta Conveyance project.
Okay. Mr. Georgie, do you have any knowledge of that?
I do not.
Okay. And has DWR evaluated how moving water diverted through the DCP would affect the use of renewable energy sources?
That is outside of my testimony.
Okay. Is it fair to say, Ms. White, that you're unable to answer questions that relate to, in any way, to how water moves through the south of Delta conveyance facilities?
Objection, misstates testimony. Vague and ambiguous as to moves.
Okay. Well, I was trying to shorten our time, but I only have a couple questions left, so I'll just ask them. Ms. White, under the DCP, DWR intends to move more water through the California aqueduct than it does today during winter and spring months, correct?
I'd say a bit vague and ambiguous as to where along the aqueduct it's quite large.
Will you be moving more water south of San Luis Reservoir with the DCP in operation during winter and spring months?
There could be times where we're moving more water. I think it depends upon demands, how much water is coming through the system and available capacity at San Luis Reservoir.
Has DWR evaluated whether there is an increased risk that exported water will overtop the aqueduct liner with the DCP in operation?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to where on the aqueduct.
South of San Luis Reservoir.
I am not aware of that analysis.
Mr. Georgie, are you aware of any such analysis?
I am unaware of any such analysis. Nor could I speculate on any times that DCP would really change the general rules for how we're operating the canal.
Okay, thank you. Just a few more questions for Mr. Georgie, please. So Mr. Georgie, if you could, or pardon me, Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up exhibit DWR 309? Okay. And we can scroll please to PDF page 7. Okay, and Mr. Georgie, the first question is not with reference to any particular page. This analysis looks at conditions in individual water year types, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to analysis.
Are you able to answer my question, Mr. Georgie?
And I'll
Do you
over
understand it?
objection. Yeah, go ahead.
I will say that my analysis looks at those 4 individual years.
Okay.
I wouldn't say
and pardon me, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
I wouldn't say they are supposed to do year types. Each year is unique.
Some of one of those years is classified as a wet year, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. In the event of multiple wet years, would DWR expect to be able to divert the same level of so-called excess flows in a second or third wet year, considering existing and currently planned storage?
I think that speculates more significantly than I'm going to on how other parties will change the demand to what years being consecutive.
Okay. So Mr. Georgie, on this page, maybe we could scroll down a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen. Okay. In this exhibit, you conclude that the proposed intakes will augment the ability to capture excess flows and improve water supply reliability for the state water project. I may be on the wrong page here, but that's I'll refer you to that language I've taken out of your report. In making your conclusion about improved water supply reliability, Mr. Georgie, did you consider the availability of hydraulic conveyance capacity south of Bethany Reservoir to move any water that's captured by the DCP?
My report focused on the availability of water from the Delta by the bypass rules requirements, and specifically says it does not review effects south of the Delta.
Okay. So is it correct then that when you calculated the volumes of water that could have been diverted from the North Delta intakes, you did not take into account actual storage capacity south of Bethany Reservoir?
As I just said, my analysis does not include any effects from south of the Delta.
Okay, so you made no assumptions about available storage capacity, correct?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Did you make any assumptions, Mr. Georgie, about available storage capacity south of Bethany Reservoir?
Kind of asked an answer that I did not take into account any effects from south of the Delta.
Okay, thank you. And to confirm my understanding of your responses to Mr. Cho, you do not know why the amount of additional diversions described in DWR 309 as occurring in 2024 under the same time frame as was described in Ms. Carroll's PowerPoint is smaller than 941,000 acre feet, correct?
Yes, I believe my responses to him were that I was not part of preparing Ms. Carroll's testimony. So I'm not certain of the origin of their number there. but I speculated that it is very likely that is a number based on similar valuation on a earlier rule set, likely the FEIR, please, but versus the conditions that would be received under the ITP application.
Okay, so in addition to not knowing, if I'm understanding you correctly, that you don't know who gave Ms. Carroll the 941,000 acre foot number that she used in her slide, you also do not know who gave Ms. Namath the 952,000 acre foot number that she used in her policy statement?
I believe the 952,000 was referenced to the 2015, 2025. Is that correct?
I believe it was, but my question really just goes to you, the fact that, am I correct that you do not know who gave that number to Ms. Namath?
As far as directly giving it to her particularly, no, I do not know that, but it does appear to come from the analysis from that fast fact sheet, or whatever it's called now. That does come out of analysis from my group.
So it's someone in your group might have created that for her without your knowledge?
I would say that my group created the number that went into the fast fact sheet, and then they likely used it from there.
Okay. Do you know who in your group created that number?
In the end, it comes from me.
Did you review that number before it went out?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no other office of DWR other than yours that would have produced either of those numbers that were used by Ms. Carroll or Ms. Namath?
I can not say for certain that there isn't, but I don't think there is.
Okay. And since last Friday, have you discussed either of those numbers put forth by Ms. Carroll or Ms. Namath with anyone within DWR?
No, I've not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Georgie. I have no further questions for this panel.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. I think now it is time for us to get down to the question of who goes next. What I'd like to do is limit ourselves to 4 hours in terms of cross tomorrow, not including breaks and things of that nature to account for the hearing team's questions and then any redirect from DWR, which puts us, according to estimates, over the limit. And estimates so far have tended to be underestimates. So I am going to look to Ms. Jones and Mr. Donlin. We can take a few, I actually need a 5-minute break to refill a water glass. But after that, I would look to you, Mr. Donlin, or Ms. Jones, but you're here, to go ahead and ask your questions of this panel unless you have a different proposal.
Ms. Jones will be prepared to conduct cross-examination after the break, Ms. Kenzie.
Wonderful. Thank you. Let's go ahead, take 5 minutes. We'll come back at 1:55. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'll look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am ready.
Wonderful, thank you. And we have Ms. Carroll, Mr. Georgie, Ms. Jones, and Ms. White. Perfect. Then with that, I will hand things over to you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you very much, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I believe most of my questions will be for Ms. White today. I'm sorry, is it Ms. White or Dr. White?
Miss.
Miss, okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure I had it straight. I would like to go ahead and pull up Exhibit 300R, if we may. And scroll down to page 6, paragraph 11, please. That's perfect, thank you. So Ms. White, on page 6, paragraph 11, your written testimony essentially states that the existence of balanced conditions is determined when DWR and Reclamation agree that releases from upstream reservoirs plus unregulated flow approximately equal the water supply needed to meet the in-basin uses plus exports. Can you explain to me a little bit further about the process of how DWR and Reclamation come to that agreement?
We meet daily with the Central Valley project operators and assess conditions. And essentially, when both parties agree that the conditions are meeting those that are set forth in the coordinated operation agreement for balanced conditions, we will agree and we will formalize the change to balanced conditions, say if we're in excess conditions.
And so when you say meet daily, is that an email or a telephone call, Zoom, in person?
Teams meeting.
Teams meeting. And is that at a set time every single day, or does it fluctuate potentially?
It's typically around in the morning time of each day.
And is it a set number of representatives from each side, or is it one person from each side?
Generally speaking, it can vary, I believe, on the amount of people and who's representing.
Great. And then to come to an agreement, is it a vote that you take, or would it generally be everyone just talking and coming to an agreement unanimously?
Generally speaking, it's when both parties mutually agree that the conditions support a change to balanced conditions.
Thank you. And then along that same line, the written testimony uses the term approximately equal for the inputs and uses plus exports. I wanted to kind of clarify the use of the term approximately. Can you tell me why? Sorry, scratch that. For the use of the term approximately, does the term approximately equal mean that DWR and or Reclamation have room to make a bit of a judgment call in the event that it's a close call on that balancing?
I'd say from a general sense, it's a kind of a mass balance, if you would, and approximately it's never going to be, say, spot on because conditions and flows on any given day will vary and change. So that's where the approximately comes into play. But
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
So the daily meeting will sort of look at the various different inputs and outputs and factors and balance them against each other to make that call?
Looking at all the conditions, yes, based upon in-basin uses, releases, and exports.
And so Is there any sort of procedure in place should DWR and Reclamation disagree on the factors and determining whether the delta is in balance conditions?
Generally speaking, the operators will, again, it's a mutually agreeable position to declare when balance conditions are declared. And there have been times where additional discussions are needed, but at the end of the day, we make that balance condition determination together.
And so is there any subjectivity to those determinations when you're having to balance those factors?
Objection vague and ambiguous to subjectivity.
To clarify, I use the term subjective there, as the general legal, whereas objective is, 1 + 1 = 2. That's an objective number, whereas subjective, takes into account the balancing of the different factors and different opinions of what might be more important.
Can you just run the question by us again, please, Ms. Jones?
Yes. Now I don't know if I remember it perfectly. When DWR and Reclamation are making a determination as to whether the delta is in balance conditions, when they're weighing the different factors and coming to that agreement, is there a bit of subjectivity to coming to that agreement? Or is it purely objective factors?
I would say,
Go ahead, Ms. White, please.
okay, I would say looking at items in my testimony, the conditions are going to be what the conditions are in a sense of what the actual flows are in the system, what the in-basin use needs are, exports, and requirements needed and forecasts. And so using all of those different conditions generally puts the situation in a place where balance conditions are met and therefore declared. So subjectivity, not necessarily. We're looking at actual real-time data throughout the system in the Sac Valley and Delta.
But if, for example, on a day where it is a close call, are any of those conditions given more weight in making that determination than others?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to close call.
You can answer to the best of your ability, Ms. White, please.
I guess I was going to ask that very thing of what was meant by close call.
I was using close call sort of as an expansion of our earlier discussion about the approximately equal term. And whether sometimes it's more clear that it's in balanced conditions versus other times where it might be going in either direction, for lack of a better phrase.
Well, generally, as I mentioned, we will look at real-time conditions throughout the system, but we'll also look at forecasts as well of maybe what flows, if maybe there'll be additional hydrology coming in or the system is drying out, and all of that information informs the decision to declare balance conditions.
Thank you. And so when DWR and Reclamation have their morning meetings, they're reviewing the data from the previous day along with the forecasts. Is that correct?
They are looking at the previous day. Yes, they're looking at the data from the previous day, but also looking at what the anticipated project operations are as well, and any forecasted conditions that could influence the operations, such as a big tide coming, for instance.
And so that data for the previous day, is that sort of, sorry, scratch that. The data that's reviewed for the previous day, is that an average of the previous day, or does it break it down hour by hour? How does that work?
Generally, it depends upon the time of the year and what standards we are operating to. It could be a daily, it could be an average of a 14-day average that we are tracking and monitoring. So it will vary.
And when it comes to this agreement of the delta being in balanced conditions, do DWR and Reclamation have a similar procedure for the existence of excess conditions in the delta?
The excess conditions are also defined in the coordinated operations agreement.
But do DWR and Reclamation have to agree that conditions are in excess the same way that they would for balanced conditions, or is that a completely different procedure?
Essentially, that's a mutually agreed upon process as well, or definite to declare excess conditions.
And going back to the written testimony, do you know how the amount of in-basin use is calculated?
I'll defer to Bryant to answer that question. He'll be able to directly get there.
Explicitly, the amount of in-basin use is not calculated.
You said the amount of in-basin use is not calculated.
That is correct.
So how would DWR and Reclamation be able to agree that the water supply is enough to meet in-basin uses if it's not calculated?
By meeting the objectives that define in-basin use, like D1641 criteria or others, by determining the amount of water needed to address those, we are supplying enough water to meet the in-basin use. But we do not know how deep that in-basin use goes. We do not know all the uses out in the Delta or in the state as a whole to be able to come up with a number that says this is the in-basin use amount.
Okay, so it's a bit of an estimate, so to speak.
We don't really even try to estimate the number. We supply the water to meet the requirements.
Okay, thank you. And so if we'll scroll down just a little bit on this exhibit to page 9, paragraph 17, please. Perfect. Ms. White, your testimony in this paragraph addresses the operations of upstream reservoirs, and your written testimony states that that diversions from the DCP will not change the operational criteria of upstream reservoirs. Is there a list somewhere of which reservoirs you considered in forming that conclusion?
Can you restate your question, please?
is there a list of the reservoirs that you considered in forming that conclusion?
The reservoir that I'm essentially referring to is Lake Oroville.
Okay, so this paragraph essentially means that diversions from the DCP will not change the operational criteria of Oroville only.
Yes, we have that commitment also in our proposed permit term number 1 with our stored water releases.
And so so you don't know whether there might be adverse impacts to other existing water users or reservoirs within the Sacramento River watershed beyond just Lake Oroville that you considered?
We do not, and we have agreed and have a commitment with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to review the coordinated operations agreement prior to the Delta Conveyance project being operational. And part of the objective of that agreement is that there wouldn't be an impact to U.S. Bureau of Reclamation operations.
So there's only an agreement with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation about impacts to their reservoirs, is what you're saying?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to agreement.
I'll overrule it. Ms. White, if you can answer, please go ahead.
We have that agreement that I mentioned with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation that I'm aware of.
But you don't have any sort of consideration about other users aside from that limited agreement?
Can you be more specific, please?
Other potential upstream users in the Sacramento River watershed?
DWR and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation have the joint requirement to meet in-basin use and meet Delta standards. And so when this is referring to our upstream reservoir operations, that is what I'm relating to as our joint obligation with the Bureau of Reclamation, and then that agreement and that commitment we have with Reclamation.
And are you familiar with the term refill criteria?
Yes.
And so what is your understanding of that term?
Could you be more specific, please? As it refers to, or what term?
Sorry. So you're familiar with the term refill criteria? And
I am.
Sorry. I'm trying to think out loud as I speak. So since you are familiar with the term refill criteria, how is that term considered in project operations for the DCP?
Refill agreements are typically and have been executed between DWR and Reclamation and transfer parties when when there's a reservoir reoperation transfer. And the purpose of the refill agreement is to protect the downstream water users from an impact of that transfer. And so I am not aware or think it where it is necessary for refill requirements as it relates to the Delta Conveyance project.
Thank you. And are you familiar with term 91?
Yes.
And how is that concept considered in the DCP project operations?
Term 91 is whether term 91 is in effect or not is a call that the State Water Board makes.
Thank you. I think that is all of my questions for now.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you to both of the panelists for your time.
In looking at our time and our list, so I'll make a last call. It looks to me like we can get, at least based on the estimates, and which I will have to hold you to, we will get through in 4 hours tomorrow, not including breaks. But if any of you would not like to would prefer that I don't hold you strictly to your estimate, you're welcome to raise a Zoom hand and ask your questions now. Ms. Carroll, please.
I just want to clarify. So does that mean you're holding these parties to their estimates?
Well, we need to get done, I estimate in 4 hours. I have Mr. Moore with an estimate of half hour, Ms. Meserve an hour and a half, Ms. Desjardins an hour, and I believe Mr. Weiss was an hour, although I may have, hopefully that's correct. And that puts us at 4. So that would be my intent, because I think the hearing team will have some questions, and I want to make sure, and there's always a little bit of slippage in between and with breaks, and then I want to make sure you have a fair opportunity to decide about redirect. So that's my intent for tomorrow. But absent any volunteers, I'm willing to break us off early, a little bit early today, and move until reconvene tomorrow morning. All right, no takers. So then with that, I will see all of you tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we are adjourned for today. Thank you so much.